Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Late Show. I do apologize for my absence for the last few days, but I'm back and I'm happy to be here. And we are going to talk watches. I'm specifically going to try to cover the two auctions that Bonhams is holding. One is a live auction on May 30th in Hong Kong, and one is an online auction that is based in New York and that is ending at the end of the month at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So I'll start with the New York one, which is online only, but based in New York and ends in about 5 days at 1 p.m. East Coast time. And then we're going to kind of come back to Hong Kong, which is going to take place on the 30th, meaning that it's much closer, since especially it is in Hong Kong, the time difference being a little more distinct. But I think we don't have all that many watches, so we'll be able to cover both. Hey,
Hey,
how are you doing, man?
now that you're streaming, better.
Welcome back.
Thank you. You're welcome back. I just came to give you some company. I won't stay for long, but just
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man.
sure, anytime, man.
How you
So what
been?
are we? I've been great. I've been working on my writing. I've been writing. I've been translating. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I,
been pretty.
I I love that piece, that you shared about your grandma on the Holocaust Remembrance Day. So
Thank you.
I
Thank you so
was
much.
I was checking it out again in the Discord.
Yeah. I will bump my Discord here if you don't mind. I just put
Of
a
course,
link.
you
Yeah.
know it's very kind of you to ask, but that's one of the reasons for you to have a wrench, so you can
Yeah.
just copy paste and go ahead and share whatever you need to.
Thank you, my man. I won't steal the leads. Just a second.
Of course. So we're looking at Watches Online, which is based in New York. I like highlighting Bonhams because, even though historically it is very much a storied auction house, very well recognized, but when it comes to watches, even though they have decent selection, even though they have decent curation, they usually fly off the radar. And that's, I'm not making a moral point out of it, but that usually makes for a good opportunity, makes for a good value proposition because less people pay attention to it. A lot of times the price points are just much more attractive for that reason. And lot number one in this is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 4100 SA, which is the reduced size, 35 millimeter, in fact. So this series predates 14790, for example, which is a longer running and perhaps more popular reduced sized Royal Oak at 36 millimeters. People have different reasons for preferring one over the other. I like the 5-digit version, but 4100 in a way is slightly more elegant, perhaps. The bezel is a little thinner, um, which you may or may not like. But this is a decent example with the dial quite tropical and with the luminous material having completely expired. Hey, GD. Nice to see you, man. Saludo. Well, we never talked about Royal Oaks with you. You are not a huge fan, I don't think, right?
Well, on the contrary, look at this one. What's the size? Did you say?
35. On paper, it's 35.
And on the wrist?
On the wrist, I would say, with off the top of your head, just as a rule of thumb, with integrated bracelet, almost +2.
Okay, so let's say 37.
Yeah.
Well, I like Royal Oaks a lot. I mean, you gotta appreciate the historical, significance.
Hmm.
The whole Gerald Genta design, and we always talk about it, and the screws. I don't know, I love it. Actually, I'd love to own one, but I don't think it fits my personality, if that makes sense, at my current place in life.
Okay. I can see that. Although, actually, with all your beautiful necklaces, with the chest hair sprouting out, this two-tone royal oak would be perfect for you. Aesthetically, perfect.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's your choice, of course.
but at 37, would you wear two tone? Do you wear two tone, Lord, young Brando?
I have my root beer 16753 that I wear very often, and that I used to wear even more often, because that was one of my two luxury watches at some point, with my Submariner. So I would wear them interchangeably. So 3-4 days a week I would wear that, and I would wear it also as obnoxiously as possible on the Jubilee, um, which is a look. One thing I like about the Royal Oak in two-tone is I think it lends itself really well to that execution. The bezel in gold. Maybe from the purpose of utility, people might say, it makes it softer. Well, I like wearing my watches. I also I'm careful with them. I don't baby them, but I don't mind a few scratches and a couple of dings even, as long as I make them. Um, which is, I don't know if you watched this video. I think it was really funny. Revolution magazine just posted a video. Waco and one of the new guys, Constant, talking about 5 rules when you're handling your friends' watches. Did you see this
Uh,
video?
no, I want to watch it. Can you drop the link for it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can actually, now that you're here, of course, don't feel obliged. If you get bored, you can leave right in the middle of it. But why don't we watch it and react to it together? I think it's such a funny video that that would be amazing to watch and pause and talk over it.
Let's do it.
So, Revolution. This is amazing. um, so apparently Wei had a recent experience in Geneva when he was there for Watches and Wonders, where he took delivery of this new Cartier watch, like a custom order Cartier Tank Centré, and it got scratched by 2 different friends, basically in 2 different ways, in 2 separate occasions, and he was livid about it. And he's back in Singapore now, and apparently went through the trouble of making a 15 minutes video about it. So let's check it out.
Okay, that's
What's going on, guys? Waco from Revolution here with Constant Kwong. How are you, sir?
A good way?
Today, we're going to talk about 5 things you should never do to your friend's watch.
Yes.
I just got back from Geneva. Great city, great people, great watches, right? And during this time, it was auction week and everyone was there and everyone was having a great time. So I decided I'd wear my brand new watch, my brand new Cartier Tank Centré NSO, a watch I've been waiting for 2 years to have. So
yeah.
So my bad. It was the auction week. Of course, Watches and Wonders was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I do like hats. Yeah, I should get one of those. Except I'm not. I also like. I will show it since this is wearing. Yeah, I like wearing wearing hats that I actually believe in, especially if they carry a message. I love Archie Luxury, but I have no intentions of making it great again.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's go.
I go to the Phillips auction. I sit down. My buddy shows up. He sits down and he goes, "What are you wearing?" I take my watch off. I show it to him. He goes, "Oh, I really like it." His wife, who's sitting next to him, says, "Oh, let me see that." So she takes it and she goes like this. She tries it on without removing her watch. She goes like this.
Oh no!
And puts a scratch on this watch that I.
Oh man!
All right, what do you think? What do you think?
Fight me dead, man. That's why would you do that? I mean, well, she's not aware of how much it costs, probably, maybe.
Well, I'm guessing people who take a trip to, savor the environment in auctions at Geneva, or buy watches, most likely probably know what these kinds of watches are worth. And look, I mean, it's Cartier. If it were some other kind of brand, Rolex and Cartier, everyone kind of knows that they are luxury, even if they don't understand watches, right?
Yeah, you're right. Then she was aware, but she didn't fucking care.
Yeah, it's I mean, again, I know a lot of people who watch this video would probably say, "Oh, what a soy, it's just an hairline scratch and whatever." And on the back of my mind, I had that feeling too. But imagine taking the delivery of a watch that you waited years for, and before you put the first scratch on it, because you had that generosity, because you made that good gesture of saying, like, here, take a look. I know you like this stuff, and your friend or your friend's wife scratches the watch. It's a little shitty. It's a little shitty.
A little is an understatement.
Yeah. Well, you'll see this. You'll like how Wei actually reacts to it and how he talks about punishing people in certain ways. Of course, virtually, but still, it's really funny.
Waiting for 2 years for. But that wasn't bad enough. The next night, I went to dinner with a bunch of friends. And one of them said, "Oh, let me see your watch." I showed him the watch and he goes, "Oh, is this a luminous dial?" I said, "Yes." And he takes his flashlight out and he does this to the watch. He goes, scratching the shit out of one of my.
Oh my God.
You see?
Oh my God. Oh my, fight me dead. Dude, what the?
By the way, I'm not sure about how I feel about this Frank Müller dial on a Cartier watch. I know, it's a custom order. I know he wanted to do something different, but Cartier is kind of Roman numerals, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Roman numerals, but I kind of like the twist, and I find it more legible than most Cartiers, personally. So.
Oh, for sure, and also he literally got those numbers luminous, which makes them very unique.
Yeah.
Because you usually have that classic silver dial with Roman numerals, and you're right. It's a custom watch. He should go with whatever his heart pleases. It's just a little jarring to me to see not only Arabic numerals, but with that particular kind of font, which screams Frank Müller to me, and not Cartier. But you're right. It's very different. It's very quirky, and fits Wei's personality. By the way, what I really like about this video is you can, from his delivery, from the way he tells the story, you can tell he's still angry.
Yeah, he's still angry. I would be still angry too.
Me too.
Yeah.
My mirror polished platinum brocade to my brand new watch. So I was discussing it with Constant, and I was like, "Listen, bro, we need to institute some sanity. We need to institute some rules, because this watch collecting hobby is blowing up like never before.
Yes.
There's more get-togethers, there's more meetups, there's more opportunities to socialize with watches than ever, and we love that. But what I don't want to have is watch collateral damage."
I love Anne had to make an appearance.
For us.
Ah,
Yeah.
Basic human decency, guys.
As far as Grandpa's concerned, you're both pieces of shit.
And the idea that the next day, when someone says, "Hey, bro, you scratched my watch," you're like, "Oh, my bad."
Oh, man.
That's not good enough.
he certainly had this conversation, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, GD. This is the Argentine pesos 90 just cause Palwi asked. Palwi asks, we do it. Thank you, Palwi, and thank you, GD. I really appreciate you. Ah, man. It's it's a new platinum Cartier watch that he waited 2 years for. I think he's somewhat justified.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not good
That's
enough.
not good enough. All right.
Yeah.
Hassan and I have incorporated a slapometer, a scale of penalty for people that commit the crimes against humanity when it comes
Yes.
to watch. And so we have a slapometer from 1 to 5. Each of the slaps should be conducted by a power slap champion, and we're going to show you an image of what that feels like.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Fuck.
This, thank you
Yeah.
so much. 6 shekels in the official currency of the Watches and Style channel. Paui asks, we do it. Upvote, please, and super chat. Thank you so much. Are you a fan of Dave Chappelle at all? This?
Yeah, I like it. It's funny. I didn't watch much of his stuff, but what I did find, I find very funny.
Well, the Chappelle show was really popular when I arrived here for college, right? So for
Yes.
me, Chappelle is always going to be the best, and also there's some nostalgia related to that because that was also a time where we would wait every week, sit in front of the TV in the common room, in college and actually watch these things, when they were first broadcast. So there's something to say about that. But he had this whole routine whole skit about slow motion, how everything looks better and sexier and more glamorous and whatever. But the one thing that doesn't look better, but in fact much worse and much more violent is slap. I mean, did you see how that guy's face was shaking from the thrust of that slap? Look at that.
That's
Did that look?
Man, that hurts. That hurts through the screen.
It does. It does. It does.
So what do you think about the about that rule that when you scratch your friend's watch, you have to be subjected to a slap? Is that too severe?
I think that you should buy your friend a dinner or something, not a slap, something else. I'm not into violence, so
Absolutely. I mean, I think again, I'm sure they don't mean it anyways, right? They don't mean it literally. That's why they chose world power slap championship and whatever, so it's excessive to be understood as comedy at some level. Obviously they are not advocating violence, neither are we, but I'm also glad I think this is for the good. It would be much more insufferable if they did this with a straight face. If Wei was just ranting throughout, I think it would have been taken perhaps even in the worst way. But the concern is legitimate. Like they were saying, watch hobby is going mainstream. A lot of people now collect watches, and they're not all seasoned collectors. Some people just simply don't necessarily know or care, like you said, how to handle a watch that has sentimental or financial value.
Yep, that's true. And we can't blame them for them because they don't see watches the way we see watches.
Right. So I like the fact that they did this in a way. Hopefully, people take the serious message out of it rather than getting carried away about, like, oh, are they advocating for violence, kind of thing. But I think Pauli, yes, absolutely, absolutely. But I mean, look, kill. I don't know if there are any recorded instances, but of course, it can happen. Human life is very fragile. It's not to be played with. People have died from less before. People, thankfully, I never had to witness or experience something like that, but I've heard so many stories of people getting killed in sparring, which you do with, like, big puffy gloves, so it's a little more protective, with headgear and everything. But at the end of the day, something lands in a certain way, and the other person is dehydrated, maybe has a propensity of some sort of stuff. It can cause serious damage, of course. And that's, whether you like it or not. Again, I try not to talk down any particular sports, even if I'm not a fan of them. But that's, Power Slap is a professional competition these days. So it does involve accordingly serious risks. I mean, I know soccer players who in old age suffer serious brain damage because they took a lot of headers, so it's, human head is very fragile. It's not to be tampered with too much. So on that note, obviously they don't mean it. On that note, obviously no one deserves a slap of any sort, not even a joking one, for not handling your watch the right way. But they do deserve the F word, certainly, like way used it, and maybe some sort of retribution to make up, like a nice dinner. This was saying, I think that sounds reasonable.
Pleasant to you? No, but that's the penalty we're going to start instituting for mishandling of watches on a scale of 1 to 5. From there, let's go into the 5 things not to do to your friend's watch. Rule number 1, if you've got permission to try your friend's watch on, don't be a lazy and go like this, because the moment this crown touches that case, you've left an indelible mark, and you are an. So what should you do? Don't be lazy. Take your watch off.
Yes.
Put it on a soft surface to protect your watch.
Yep.
Take your friend's watch, and then you can put it on your wrist and enjoy it in that way, right? Would you agree, Constant?
Of course. I mean, that is the number one.
That seems reasonable, no?
I think it's pretty obvious, but obviously not to everyone.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's when you go, you want to buy a new pair of pants. You go to the store, you go into the fitting room. Don't you take off your pants before you put on that pair?
I'm sure there are some people in this world who don't, but I think 99% do that. Yes.
So it makes sense. It makes sense. And they're gonna get to this as well. You can put it on the opposite hand. I wear watches on my left, so I can put it on the right, and vice versa. Why try to put it right next to, especially if it's someone else's watch? Again, I know some people make collection photos, on a single wrist, even though I don't get the point. I know that's a common practice, but
Thing to do. I mean, if you want to try on the watch, if you have the permission to try on the watch, at least have the respect to take out your own watch and then put on their watch in just to prevent damaging any of the
Yeah.
watches.
Or in the worst case scenario, if you want to try it on your other wrist that has nothing else on it,
Yeah,
then
that's
put
fine
it
too.
on there. But don't create watch-on-watch contact, because even the slightest contact, and I'm using my moon swatches to illustrate this, I would never do this with metal watches. If the slightest contact between a crown and the side of this case, your watch is scratched.
Yeah, it's a goner.
It's done.
Yeah,
It's
it's
done,
done. It's
right?
done, basically.
So-
And then, and one more thing, especially when precious metal watches. So you understand that precious metal are way softer than steel, and if steel can be scratched so easily, you can imagine what will happen to precious watch.
Absolutely. So constant for trying on a watch without taking your watch off from 1 to 5 slaps. How many
Oh my
slaps
god,
you
that's
get?
easily at least a 4 or 5 for me. Yeah, I think at least having the respect, having the decency to at least not be lazy and take out your own watch to prevent watch contact. I think that is just a basic thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're going to go, he gives it 4 to 5 slaps.
4 to
I'm
5.
going to give it a 3 slaps.
3, really?
Well, yeah, because I feel there's crimes that are worse than that.
Okay.
Okay.
Watch on watch crime.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But yeah, that seems simple enough. You know, if you're gonna try your friend's watch, take yours off, and you know, usually it's a good practice, by the way. You know, that they get to see yours as well, right? You take yours off, you give it to the friend. You take your friend's watch, you take a nice look. You know, he takes a look at yours. She takes a look at yours. You know, I show you mine, you show me yours. That's a good practice.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to get to that. So thing number 2, never to do to your friend's watch, is don't start manipulating it without his permission. And in fact, just don't do it in general. Would you
Yes.
agree?
Yes, I
So
would
he may
agree.
have a chronograph. Do you know if he's got a vintage split-second chronograph, like a Venus split-second chronograph, and you press the buttons out of sequence, you that watch.
Yes.
You completely screwed it up.
That's correct.
Do you know I've seen people take a perpetual calendar, pull the crown out, and start winding the hands in the wrong
Oh,
direction?
no.
Do you know if you go past the
I love that reaction.
hands in the wrong
Oh,
direction?
no.
Do you know
Oh, his heart is about to stop.
if you go past the midnight threshold on that calendar, you the watch up. You could have
Basically,
sent
yeah.
it back for a massive servicing.
Oh my
And the
god.
worst, minute repeaters. People look at a minute repeater and they immediately, without asking, push the slide, right?
Oh, no.
And then sometimes it takes a little while for the mechanism to start striking.
Yes.
So they push it again.
Oh no.
Bro, that's an incredible way to screw up an absolute masterpiece. So
I think, you know, I agree with the premise, but I think they are taking a lot for granted here. The simple point remains, right? You know, when someone hands you their complicated watch, don't just start playing around. But a lot of people don't even know, because again, they don't know watches like us. They don't care about watches like us. A lot of people don't even know how to operate a chronograph, right? So
Yeah.
I think the nicer thing, the kinder thing, the more encouraging thing would be if someone asks to take a look at your chronograph, you know, your perpetual calendar, whatever. Clearly, they're interested in the functions of the watch. You can say, if you really do want to share, do you want me to show you? Right?
Yeah. Of course.
I don't have a minute repeater, but if someone sees a minute repeater on your wrist and they want to, you know, they want to see how it chimes, me, I don't say hand me the watch so I can do it. I ask, can we hear the chime? You know, can you do it for us? So I think it's the burden is kind of on both sides. Of course, you know, you don't just pounce on another person's watch to just start manipulating the functions. But I think the more experienced collector, if they actually want to share, have a little bit of responsibility as well, in the sense, like, you know, this is what it is. This is how you operate it. You know, like saying, for example, hey, let's set it to a time, you know, like 12:55 or something, where we would actually hear a lot of chiming, right? Hear a lot of sounds, something like that. Did you have an experience like that?
I've had somebody take my watch and just start like, take the crown out and start stopping it and setting it and winding it, and I didn't like it because they didn't ask for permission and they just thought they could do it,
Right.
without permission. That was I don't like my. I mean, it's okay. It doesn't do anything to the watch. It wasn't a chronograph, but still, don't fucking do it without asking.
Right. No, I completely agree. Also, that as complicated the more complicated the watch gets, of course, the more moving pieces there is, and the more chance there's something that can get wrong. But you're right. Yes, even if it's a time-only watch, you're not supposed to just start playing around like that if you haven't asked.
Yeah.
Manipulating a watch without permission.
Yes.
How many slaps would you give that?
Oh man. Now that you mention it, man, this deserves 5 slaps.
Yeah, I'm 5 slaps as well. Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. 5 slaps.
5 slapper. Okay, thing number 3 not to do is if you are wearing rings, and for the purpose of illustration, I'm wearing rings here. Do not handle a watch directly so there's contact between your ring and the watch. So I see people do this all the time, men and women, and I love to accessorize. And if you want to express your style with the rings that you wear on your finger, hold the watch only by its strap or its bracelet, because the moment you do this, the moment you do this, you scratch the shit out of that watch. You've taken this, which is like a little.
How do you feel about the dramatic sound effects?
Oh, I love them. I think we should incorporate them in your videos and my videos.
It's pretty good. Yeah, we should get a soundboard for sure.
Yeah.
Pawi says, I agree with this stuff about touching watches. That's one thing that makes me nervous. If a friend wants to put it against their cheap Hugo Boss or Armani, I mean, cheap or expensive, right? That it's not good for their watch. It's not good for your watch. Metal against metal, it's usually not a great scenario. You have to take special care. I think sometimes, hey Mookie, sometimes
Okay.
I don't know, man. People like coming off as someone who knows a lot about watches. People like flaunting their watch knowledge, but it's not too hard. If you're going to a meeting with friends, I know a lot of people take their loops, put in a microfiber cloth, somewhere in your pockets, in your chest pockets, in your jacket pockets, pull it out and handle it with that. Even again, it's someone else's watch. I'm not trying to say that you have to literally put on kid gloves to handle a luxury watch, but when you are taking care of someone else's possession, I think it's the least one can expect, that you have to show some care, some recognition that their hard-earned money went into it, some recognition that they probably had spent a lot of time to even acquire that watch. And it requires some respect. So I like the fact that they addressed this and addressed it in a way that is humorous.
Little dagger, and you've created a huge dent, gouge, or scratch.
God, please, no!
And you deserve how many slaps?
Oh man, this is another one that I think I don't want to give it all 5 slaps, but man, this is a heavy 4 for me.
Yeah, I would say
this is a heavy
again, I
four.
would say 3 to 4. The thing is this, also, it's very easy. If you want to manipulate a watch and you're not sure, bro, just take your rings off.
Yeah, I mean, just don't be lazy. It's the same as the first one.
I think some part of it, and they're gonna address this as well. Oh, okay. Wait, do you want to finish this? Yeah.
No. Let's watch it to the end. Just I'm very tired, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think some of this, and they're going to talk about this too. Some of it, I think, has to do with a certain kind of macho attitude. That I don't care much about these things kind of approach, which again is absolutely fine and even cool when you have that kind of attitude about your own watches. But I have full respect for people who take great care of their watches, who are extra careful, who don't want someone else's greasy hands over them, including mine, and who expect this sort of respect.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Because to me, a lot of this sounds just absolutely normal. If you have other kinds of jewelry, great. I love that style. Put it in your pocket for a second when you are, handling someone else's watch. You can put them on later. It's not a big deal.
Yes.
All right.
So again, rule in general, always handle a watch by the bracelet or the strap. If you want to hold it like this, that's fine. If you have no rings on your finger, however, if you do, that's a huge no-no.
Going back to the seasonal collectors, to us, I don't care how you treat your own watch. It's fine. If you trash your watch, it's a watch that you wear every day, you scratch it up, that's fine. But when you're handling other people's watches, other collectors' watches that might treat their watches a little bit different from how you treat your watches, they deserve respect as well.
And I've seen this all the time. I see vintage guys do this all the time. Oh, you like this watch? Here, check that out.
Oh my. Why?
It's like, dude, if you want to do that with your watch, that's fine. If you ever slid my watch to me, dude, not even slaps, straight death penalty. Straight fucking death penalty. I'm taking you outside, we're going nuclear option.
I'm a mushroom cloud laying mother.
So guys, number 4 is never put the watch down on a hard surface.
That's for us.
They're getting a little harsher, of course. Hey, JJ, nice to see you, man.
Hi, JJ.
But yes, again, I do actually appreciate that kind of casual attitude with your own watch. Here, take it. I do like it. I like that kind of lightheartedness. I love when people don't take themselves too seriously, because I have a problem, right? I take myself altogether too seriously. So when I have people around me who are that casual and who are at ease with themselves and in their own skin, it puts me at ease as well. So I like that kind of people. But again, when they do it with their own watches. And same thing, I wear my watch a different way than how I check out someone else's watch.
Yeah.
It's because if you put it down on a hard surface, like this wooden table, and it goes like that, you've just scratched it, right? And you're like, hey, wood is soft. Yeah, I know wood is soft, but they use wood to polish watches.
Yes.
So there you
I love how he curses so profusely.
you go. You've just scratched that watch. The other thing you should always do is put it crown down. Why? Because you have less contact if you put it on the crown. Now, let me show you a variety of soft substances you can put it on. You can put it on a leather tray. You could put it on
A wash cleaning cloth.
a
like
wash
this.
cleaning cloth, right? But one thing you should never put it on is an iPhone.
Yes,
right?
no, never
Why?
do that.
Because an iPhone is an enormous magnet.
Yes.
We're not going to allow this.
So if you put this watch on your iPhone, it's quartz, so that's not going to happen here. And that's a mechanical watch. You've just magnetized your
Yes.
escapement.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised they didn't do kind of an advertorial here. You could get one of our nice leather valets and use them for placing your watches. And that's a missed opportunity, I think.
Yeah.
Have very, very high chance of magnetizing a watch. And end of the day, it's something that you don't want to have accuracy of your watch, the timing of it would just go haywire.
Yeah, I see that all the time. I see people always taking watches, putting them here, holding them next to the phone, pressing their phone up to there as you're taking a picture.
Man.
iPhones and watches don't mix in. If you need to take a picture of this watch, also hold your phone at a respectable distance. So on the subject of also where you put your watch, right? Let's talk a little bit about something that often happens at get-togethers,
Yes.
and it is called the sex pile. The sex pile, as the name implies, is not a whole bunch of watch collectors flinging their clothes to the side and jumping on top of each other.
911, what's your emergency?
I'm stuck in the North Sea.
It is a moment where everyone puts their horological finery on the table, right?
Yes.
And usually a pile of watches is put together as a demonstration of all the cool watches
Yes.
that were there at an event. So that's cool. But the first thing I would say, if you don't want to participate in this, just be like, you know what, I'm cool. You go ahead with your sex pile, but I'm just going to keep my watch on. And that's perfectly fine. And no one should assert peer pressure on you to put your watch into that pile if they're your friends, right?
Yes. End of the day, it's your watch.
And then the second thing,
What do you think about that practice? I never really got it. The sex pile thing where everyone puts their watches in a pile at a common meeting.
Well, as long as they don't touch each other, I don't mind. It's a little bit, I don't know. I guess it makes sense. It makes sense because it's like you want to take a photo together, so it does make sense. But no touching.
No touching. You
Don't touch the watch.
Are you a fan of Arrested Development? Do you know that show?
Actually, I know it. I never watched it, so yeah.
That's the prison scenes were like that. No touching.
Yeah.
Paui says that's it. How we treat our watches is a lower expectation than how others treat it. People should show a level of respect for your watch until you tell them otherwise. GD says, are modern luxury watches still that sensitive to magnets? I suppose in the general sense, you would say it depends on the watch. You know, with the broad use of silicone for hairsprings and escapements, it has become much more difficult to magnetize these watches. But a lot of high horology pieces still, and even some of the mass-produced watches like Rolex, still use transitional hairsprings made out of transitional metal, and there's the risk, right? There is the risk. You wouldn't just want to play around with that kind of risk. Yeah. Look, Paui says, for example, my GMT Batman got stuck on my Apple Watch charger while I was asleep. It started not to keep time, but then after a week, it went back to normal.
is for you guys that are the ones orchestrating the sex pile, all the same rules apply,
Yes,
right?
oh
Don't
my
put
God.
watches contacting each other. Don't
Yes.
slide them. Don't pile them on top of each other. If you want to have what is called a sex pile and you want to put the watches a respectful distance and say the table is, for example, a wooden table, you put it directly on and you take it directly off.
Yes.
You never push it. So, Kelsey, you go to a lot of get-togethers. I know you go to a lot of events. Tell
Yeah.
me about your policy when it comes to the sex pile.
So first thing for sex pile, the most important thing is to get a stable and a big enough surface to put all of the watches, depending on how many watches there is. There might be a lot with just a few collectors because these crazy collectors have many pieces. So that's number one, because I've seen sex pile that are done on uneven surfaces.
Yeah.
Which is really scary.
It's crazy.
Okay, that's number one. Second thing, of course, as an organizer for sex pile, let's say an organizer for a get-together, have the decency enough to bring something like a soft material.
I've seen people bring like tablecloths or blankets or even like a piece
like
of leather.
just a nice soft mat.
Yes.
I think will be fine. And third, of course, the organizers of the get-together, if you are organizing the sex pile, put the watches safely to each other, and leave the gap a little bit more so that it's comfortable for the collectors.
So
Yeah, again, I've never been a big fan of that whole thing. So, what happened with Curly? I don't see Curly.
I don't know.
Oh, okay, he's here. Good evening, boys. Hey, Curly. Your watches represent how small your penis is. It's relative at a man's sausage fest.
Okay. There it is.
Oh my god! I think that was it didn't show. It doesn't show in my stream part. I think the word penis kind of blocked it. I can see it on YouTube, but not on StreamYard. That's very
Yeah,
strange.
me too. Me too.
Yes, they have demagnetizers for watches for sure. But again, I won't go willy-nilly on recommending them simply because, unless you really know what you're doing, I would just take it to the local watchmaker. I mean, if you think your watch is magnetized, if it really stopped keeping good time or stopped altogether, I think your local watchmaker is always the best bet. I've always been an advocate of that. I think as collectors, we actually owe it to them to hold the ecosystem together. I'm not saying never under any circumstances send the watch to the manufacturer, but for most watches, I think it makes more sense to deal with someone local, and you have more control over it anyways. But yes, if you know what you're doing, use a demagnetizer. If not, just take it to the local watchmaker.
Did we watch all 5 things, or is there more?
There are 2 more, I think.
Okay, that's. I mean, I just I'm literally falling asleep here, so.
Okay, well, you can go this. As I said in the very beginning, I didn't want to hold you up. So if you're tired, if you're sleepy.
Yeah, I'm very sleepy. Not because of I'm having fun. It's a funny video. Just my sleep wasn't so good this night. So.
I know. I can imagine, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bounce.
Okay. Man, it's so nice to see you as always. Thanks for coming by, and thank you for your support.
Likewise, and everybody, please support Lord. Watch his great show. Upvote and super chat if you feel generous, and you do feel generous. Okay, I'll talk to you soon, Lord. Thanks for everything. Right.
Soon. Take care.
Goodbye. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Des, for accompanying me for the first hour, basically. And, as always, your kind company, your conversation, and not to forget also your super chat. I do appreciate it. But let's finish this video before we transition back to Bonhams Watches New York.
On the subject of materials, because we're talking about soft materials to put the sex pile on, there is something that people do which drives me absolutely crazy. And that's when they take your watch and they go like this.
Oh my God.
And then they rub it against their jeans, presumably so they can clean the sapphire crystal for you, even though you didn't ask them to.
Oh my God.
But what they don't understand is that denim is a highly abrasive material. And by doing that, they just scratch the shit out of your mirror polish bezel. People do that shit all the time, and you need to stop it. I hate that shit.
Shame. Shame.
Oh my God. I mean, it's not just denim. Any fabric material. I mean, if you are professional, get yourself like a watch cleaning cloth, a proper one.
Yeah.
And you can just use it anywhere. Put it in your pocket, put it in your blazer, anywhere is fine. Yeah, I mean, this is a good SOP to have, right?
That's absolutely right. Like, that's the thing. If you're really that concerned about cleaning my watch for me, if your implication is that my watch is so dirty, then take a microfiber cloth, an optical cloth with you, and then clean it like this.
Hey, look, guys, I mean, this might sound a little too uptight and maybe a little nerdy. Oh, real world curly. Thank you. I appreciate it. This made me do it, kinda. Yeah, it might sound a little uptight, but I know a lot of people take a loop to the watch meetings, right? If they're gonna go to the showcase of a brand, if you're going to a particular kind of collector's meeting at a watch boutique, or simply a community get-together, people who, like me, who care about a little more about the horological aspect of things, about the technicality, about certain aspects of finishing inside and out, people take loops with them. I don't think it's outrageous to expect for you to take a microfiber cloth. I would think that, getting a pair of gloves for this might sound really uptight and really crazy. I agree with that, but just a cleaning cloth, it's the same kind of cloth you would use to clean your sunglasses, clean your spectacles of whatever sort, and clean your watch crystal. I don't think that's too much to expect, right? For everyone to bring, like, a little cloth. If you care about your style, there are microfiber cleaning cloths that are a little more stylish, a little more colorful. I know the Armory used to sell stuff like that at a certain point, although the implication was that was a microfiber cloth to clean glasses, but it's the same material. And I completely agree. Once again, you want to be a little more casual with your watches, by all means. I have once every so often, used the sleeve of my shirt to wipe off my sapphire crystal, which is also why I'm a vintage guy, right? I hate sapphire crystals on watches. They take on all the smudge and all the dirt and grease and grime. It drives me insane. I'm really much more at ease with plastic, with acrylic, with Hasselite, with whatever antiquated material. Give me that over sapphire, and I get very kind of very fidgety when I'm wearing a watch that's slightly more modern and that happens to have a sapphire crystal. And because I know how fidgety I get, how picky I get, I usually simply take a piece of cloth with me when I have a watch like that. Same thing with wearing my reverso, right? That's a mirror polished piece of stainless steel, and it looks best that way. So, and since also it's kind of like a party trick watch, right? Whenever you wear it, there would be, chances are you would see one person during that day. If it's not too busy of a day, if you're sitting around somewhere, someone will almost always come and ask you about the watch. And of course you will want to show and flip it and whatever. And, it leaves smudges. So I take a cloth and I use it to clean. I think that's a very sensible suggestion.
This is, again, that kind of typical macho bravado bullshit where you go, and you just clean it like that because you're so cool. You're not cool. You're about to get slapped in the face. How many slaps would you?
Oh my God, this is, with other people's saliva, especially on there. Oh my God, 5. It's a big 5 for me.
All right. It's 5 for me too.
5 for me, man.
And the fifth thing that you should never do, and this is going to be a controversial one, you should never stack. And what do I mean by stacking? It's when you take your watch and one or even more bracelets and wear them all together. Why? Because as you move your wrist around,
they're kind of breaking their own rule here, because I think it was Constant who said, do whatever you want with your watch. But this is the kind of advice we give for people who are looking at their friends' watches, who are examining, who are checking out. Now they're going to talk about how people shouldn't stack their watches with bracelets, etc. I think that's a little strange, and I don't see how it belongs to the video, because they are clearly talking about how people should wear their own watches. But before that, I do want to welcome Mike the Snake. I haven't seen what Marco does with watches under electronic microscope, but yeah, I can imagine. Before you get to the microscopic level, if you have any kind of bezel watch, especially rotating bezels, when you remove them, let's say you have a Rolex or you have another watch where you can change around the bezel inserts. When you are doing those kinds of swaps, you would be surprised by the amount of grime you find under that bezel. It's insane. Before you get to that microscopic level, oh my God.
This bracelet is acting like a smashing into the case of your watch over and over again and leaving innumerable dents, right? So, okay, like I say it's a controversial one because like I know a lot of like people like to do this, especially girls, like, and I get it. It's cute. You can see the accessories. It's really fun. You can mix and match. But the problem with this is that you create incredible damage to your watch on an almost constant basis. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, this is a subjective matter, of course. Some collectors, I would say watch collectors, treat their watches as accessories and just accessories. Sometimes they don't even give a damn about the time and they just put it like an accessory. That's fine, it's subjective. And if that's what you are rocking with and that's what you want it to be, you don't mind about the damage because it's your own, that's fine. But I would say for majority of the watch collectors out there, including myself, stacking is a big no-no.
Dude, you can put bracelets on this wrist
all
day
the way
long.
up to
Why
your shoulder.
JB and I talk about this sometimes. I think it's not only about necessarily stacking, which I think can be a cool look. And again, I would be the last person to tell anyone what to do with their watch and how to wear their watch. But I think it's an issue of balance too, aesthetically. I'm not a bracelet person. I don't like wearing bracelets on my wrist. Maybe on a very rare occasion. But I would, in fact, prefer to wear it on the opposite hand anyways, because it would balance things. I already have a watch here. So if I'm going to wear a bracelet as an accessory, it would go on my right hand rather than left. So it just makes sense to me that way. But I do understand. And, especially to me, actually, it's an incredibly hot look on women. I just love it. And it's similar to what I was saying about other people being more casual, more relaxed about their watches, because I can be too serious. I can be too uptight. When they are like that, it puts me at ease. And that's, to me, that's the definition of a gentleman to begin with. If you, by your existence, by the way you behave, by the way you act, can put other people at ease in company, to me, that's the definition of the gentleman. And in the same way, when I see a woman wearing a watch stacked with umpteen number of bracelets on each side, because it's not something I do, I'm fascinated by it. I like it. I like seeing it. And, honestly, it inspires me in a certain way to think, yeah, man, of course. Some women, again, like wearing their watches with looser bracelets as if it were a bracelet, kind of jingling and jangling around the wrist. I like it. I'm more fascinated by seeing people do things with their watches, wear their watches in ways that I wouldn't. It makes sense. It's more exciting. The world is a much more pleasurable place to exist when that happens.
Have this smashing against your watch. I'll put it this way as well. And yes, I agree that there's a lot of women that do this.
Yep.
And, and I don't feel it's my right to tell them what they can or can't do. But I'll put it this way, right? If you're a serious watch collector, let's say you own anything above, like, say, a column wheel chronograph or a perpetual calendar, right? Then if you're a serious person, you should be respecting your watch. And the best way to do that is to treat it correctly, right? Because a watch is meant to endure for multiple generations. And you've just smashed the shit out of it to the extent to which you've just taken one generation out of life out of it. Right?
Maybe two.
Yeah, and you put a bracelet on each side.
I completely disagree with this, actually. My Submariner, I inherited it from my father, and he had already been gone for 15 years by the time that watch got passed back onto me. And I love the fact that when I got the watch, it was scratched. It wasn't new. It wasn't polished. It wasn't babied. It carried all the traces, all the wear and tear that my father put onto it. And it makes sense to inherit it that way. When I one day give over my watches to someone, that might, may or may not happen. I'm happily childless at the moment and have no ambitions whatsoever to reproduce. But if I give over my watches, if someone else gets to inherit them, I would not want to leave watches that were not worn. I would not want to leave them watches that are pristine. What are they going to do? Sell it? If you're wearing something, if you're leaving something to your family as a kind of nest egg, and as that kind of heirloom, so you want them to simply sell and reap the benefits of it in some other way, I can understand that kind of behavior. Buy this or that watch and leave it to the next generation. And if they don't like watches, they can sell them, partially stickered and, box and papers and everything, whatever. But if we are genuinely talking about watches as timepieces that last from generation to generation and become these sorts of conduits for memories, to hell with it, man. Stack your watch, scratch it, dent it, wear it, tear it. That's how it actually becomes your father's watch, your grandma's watch, your older brother's watch. That's how it becomes meaningful. So I completely disagree with this take. When a watch gets scratched or dented or even more seriously damaged physically in a way that doesn't compromise its horological integrity, that's fucking character. You wear your watch however you want, and if someone in your family actually appreciates getting something from you as a personal gift or as a piece of your inheritance, trust me, they will love it. They will love the shit out of every single dent on that watch, because that means your father, your uncle, your grandfather, your grandma, your aunt, your mother wore that watch, and now you are wearing it. Now it's time for you to decorate it, for you to leave your mark, for you to leave a notch on that watch to pass it to the next generation. This part I don't understand. Completely disagree.
You've taken 2 generations of life out of it. So the stack for me is whack. Stacking is whack.
So how many steps do we give to stacking?
So I guess I would say in between 0 stacks if it was someone who just wants to use a very basic watch as an accessory. So if you're using a perpetual calendar or a tourbillon, I'll give you an example. If someone was walking around with a Journe subscription tourbillon and he puts a bracelet on his watch and it's stacking it like this and he smashes it into his watch, he should go straight to jail. No, fuck it.
Nuclear option.
Death. Nuclear option.
What the fuck?
If it's a Journe and it's a tourbillon subscription, you're out.
Straight there.
Again, I still completely disagree. Look, I'm just getting to know Constant, but Waco has good judgment. If he works with him, I'm sure he's a great guy and he knows a lot. Wei knows a lot about watches. He has paid his dues. He has written a lot of great stuff in Revolution. He has done a lot of great work on YouTube. That De Bethune documentary he did was incredible. The retrospective conversations that he had with François Pauljon about FP Journe as a brand were incredible. But no one with whatever knowledge, whatever cachet, whatever standing you have in the horological community, no one gets to tell other people what they should do on their watches. So I don't care if it's a 1518. I don't care if it's Jean Tourbillon Souscription number 2 or whatever else. Who cares, man? They own that watch. One day they will be lucky enough to hand it over to the next generation. It's not your business. And if that watch is actually coming up on an auction, and if it has the slightest cosmetic imperfection, maybe you'll be lucky enough to get a better deal on it. So appreciate how people wear their watches. To me, I have my preferences, of course, when I hunt for vintage watches, pre-owned watches, and maybe I'm weird like that. And I am weird more generally. But when it comes to this, I buy everything pre-owned, and I'm more at ease if something is not in a pristine condition. Because again, it puts me at ease because I like wearing my watches. I don't baby them. They don't spend a lot of time in the watch box or years and years on end in a safety deposit box. I wear them. They're always in circulation. So it puts me at ease when the watch is already a little worn, a little broken in, has a few more scratches at it. Maybe that's how I came into the world of luxury watches anyways, because I was fortunate enough to get that 5513. But that's my philosophy. And if someone else has watches that are not $10,000, $15,000 worth, but 100,000, 150,000, $250,000 or more, they should wear them however they want. I completely disagree with this last take.
Gone. Straight 5 strikes.
So guys, this concludes the 5 things you should never do to your friend's watch. Now, we feel these are important rules to follow because we want watch collecting to grow. We want there to be more and more get-togethers. We want everyone to hang out and have fun. And this is a hobby that's all about interaction, about sharing the passion. I see this watch hitting even a plastic watch, and it makes me really upset. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to take this off because it's me crazy. Right?
So this is watch etiquette, you see.
So, okay, the last thing is, so this is going to be controversial. I mentioned the 2 people that scratched my watch in the beginning of this video. Well, we're going to create a hall of shame.
Oh, dangerous. This is dangerous.
And I'm going to now put their pictures up. So right now, you're going to see them on this video. Oh, I'm just joking. I'm going to let you guys pass because I love you guys, even though you fucking up. But anyway. Next time round, I'm naming and shaming. Costa, thank you so much.
Thank you, Wei.
Peace, guys.
No, this was great. I really appreciate this. And again, the core of their video was about how you should handle your friend's watch. And I think what they're coming from a place of concern and care. They're absolutely right. Right? The community is expanding. That's the Revolution video, by the way, the video I linked there. The community is expanding. Not everyone geeks out, nerds out, and knows a lot as much about watches as we do. Not everyone cares about our watches in the same way we do. So it's good to raise consciousness. And they did it in a fun way. They did it in an engaging way. They did it in a humorous way. If they did it all with the severe tone from beginning to the end, I think it would be incredibly difficult to watch and quite insufferable at that. So I actually appreciate that they brought some humor into it. Obviously, they don't condone violence. Obviously, they were not going to expose the two people who actually put the scratches and dents on Wei's new Tank Centré, which I hope he wears in the best of health. But they are basically raising consciousness about this because, again, I love how people wear their watches carelessly. From my perspective, I think that's beautiful. I really appreciate that. It puts me at ease. It puts things in perspective for me. But when I handle their watches, or when I give over my watch to someone else, I do expect them to show a little more care. And I always show more care for other people's watches than I show for mine. So I think that was a great video to emphasize that. Corrado, I didn't actually catch that. So if you have a link, wait, I'm not sure if you can send it. Let me see. CNBC LVMH. Was it watch related, or was it about the LVMH group as a whole? Because I think I found the video how LVMH, which is the abbreviation for Moët Hennessy Louis Vuitton. So this is the luxury conglomerate that is led by Bernard Arnault, who I think still by the most recent counting is the richest man in the world. And LVMH has apparently become a 5 million. Okay. Yeah. I think that's it. I'm just going to drop the link. It's another 20-minute video. So if I were to watch that and pause Andy, it will take the rest of the show. So maybe tomorrow in the middle of the day, if I find some time, I might actually go through it on a live show. That can be interesting. Okay, so back to regularly scheduled programming. This is Bonhams New York Watches Online. It's an online-only auction conducted, though, by Bonhams New York, based in New York. And the auction concludes on May 31st at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. This is lot 1. It is a reduced sized Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 4100 SA, 2-tone, 35 millimeters, tropical dial, integrated bracelets. Again, this is a few, 4 millimeters smaller in diameter than the jumbo. It's also a little smaller than the 5-digit reference of the reduced sized, which is most popular in 14790. Has a little bit of a thinner bezel, a more elegant look, perhaps, a more delicate look, I should say. And of course, it has the sweep center seconds as well, which distinguishes it from the jumbo, even though 14790 has sweep center seconds too. This piece has a pre-auction estimate of $10,000 to $20,000, and they have been trending down. Mid-sized Royal Oaks, they had jumped up to exorbitant amounts since every single Royal Oak was selling well above retail on the secondary market. Everything else was pulled up as well, but they are coming down, and I think they are finding their way back to a more reasonable valuation. Still very far from what they were priced like before the pandemic. Before the pandemic, we would think about these pieces for $7,000-8,000, maybe a little more. Nowadays, they are more around 15,000 and perhaps a little more, depending on condition. I think they can come a little further down. I don't expect anything to come back all the way down to how they were before the pandemic, barring, of course, seismic shifts in terms of the geopolitical and financial conditions, which would probably mean we would worry about something other than watches anyway. So no one wishes that day to come, I hope. This is a great reduced size Royal Oak as well. Much later generation, of course. This is the 25730, 36 millimeters. All in stainless steel and dual time. One of the great executions, I think, of an asymmetric dial. You have the power reserve, you have the pointer date, and you have an entire subsidiary dial for a second time zone, which is very practical, and an interesting look on the watch. I know the overseas dual time is quite popular. If you like that watch, chances are you might find the flavor of that here. And of course, this is the precursor at the end of the day. And except for the perpetual calendar, which for the longest time, Audemars Piguet basically fit into the jumbo case, the other complications they would usually present in the 36 millimeter case. So the dual time is one of those examples. In this generation, after a while, everything blew in size, as you know. But the 25730 is a great choice for people who want something different and who also like, something perhaps a little smaller, a little more compact, which might fit their wrists a little better as well. This is all in stainless steel with a black dial. And this example of 25730 ST at lot 3 has an estimated value of 18,000 to 22,000 in US dollars. And I think that reflects the market value more or less. Of course, in an auction, you always have buyer's premium, so that changes the calculations a little bit. Thank you so much, Corrado. Thank you for sharing. Number 3 is one of my absolute least favorite designs of all time. This is a piece that is sometimes called the Nautilus because it has the porthole design and the integrated bracelet look of the Nautilus, but the dial, the case, the shape of the ellipse d'or or the golden ellipse design by Patek Philippe. The reference number is 3770, and in this case, you're looking at a two-tone execution. The only thing I like about the watch is actually its two-tone dial, with off-white R-track with obus type indices and a gray center dial. I like it a lot, actually. If this were just your typical ellipse watch, I would certainly be much more interested. But since I'm already not a huge fan of the Nautilus design, this looks even more awful to me. Kind of looks like, I guess, an astronaut's helmet would be my best description for this watch. Beyond that, I'm not too hot for it. I know they are relatively rare. I know they are They're an oddball, and some people just like having oddballs in their collection, so it can be an interesting opportunity. This particular example is also a quartz movement piece, so buyer beware, buyer take care. That's lot number 3 for a Patek Philippe Nautilus in two-tone. Reference number is 3770. The watch is from the 1980s and has a pre-auction estimate of 6,000 to 8,000 in US dollars. We're looking at the Watches Online exclusive auction by Bonhams, here based out of New York. Lot number 4 is the Breguet Le Réveil du Tsar. It's an alarm piece that also has a dual time display. You get a 24-hour hand, an oversized fan-like scale for the minute, the second hand, day and night indicator. Sorry, that's not a day and night indicator. What am I talking about? That's the on and off indicator for the alarm. And of course, you get to set the alarm with the extra crown. Of course, we talked quite a bit on this channel before about the Jaeger-LeCoultre Memovox, also the Vulcain Cricket. Breguet's piece is a little more complicated, a little more luxurious, perhaps, a little more prestige, but at any rate, this is a white gold piece in 40 millimeters. The reference number is 5707. Again, it's a very rare category, so to speak. So I really appreciate it whenever there's an entry in this. I remember, I don't know if there are any listings of that, but Breguet also made a simple pilot watch from the Type series, from the Type 20 series. I think the reference number was 3600. Let me see if I can at least find a picture. I found a listing, but not a great picture. Let me see. Okay, this is something that recently sold incidentally at Bonhams London in 2021. This is a piece that's designed in the style of a time and date pilot's watch. An extra crown to manipulate and set the alarm. A three-hander with syringe hands and a lollipop second hand and an aperture for date indicator at 6 o'clock. The rotatable bezel, bidirectionally rotatable bezel for a 60-minute timer as well. I think that this is just a cool looking watch. And even though there are not many of them to go around, I believe it was some sort of a limited edition. When they do get offered, they're not outrageously expensive. This particular piece, for example, in 2021 February, which was, when the market was seriously picking up, sold for $5,355, including premium. The reference number is 3860. Let's see if there are any on Chrono 24, for example. No, unfortunately not. All right, but we can get back to this at some other day. But Breguet has their own tradition of making alarm watches. They also have an alarm watch in the Marine series these days, which is a very interesting piece. Something to keep in mind. You know, everyone knows Vulcain. Everyone knows the Jaeger-LeCoultre Memovox, or the Memovox Polaris especially. But Breguet has some interesting pieces as well, between the Breguet Marine Musical Type 20 Transatlantic Alarm, which is reference 3860, and the Le Réveil du Tsar, which is probably a more luxurious option, all things considered. This particular example at lot 4 has quite a wide-ranging estimate, 10,000 to 20,000 in US dollars. Hey, Mr. Tudor, to you. Nice to see you, man. It's been such a long while. I don't even know what to ask, because Tudor has released so many hitters since we last exchanged. But tell me what you think of the Black Bay 54, for example. I would love to hear from you about something like that. By the way, I don't think I pinned the StreamYard link, so I have done that now. So feel free to just jump on if you would like. Anyone and everyone, not just Mr. Tudor to you. I also always love that nickname too. Like, it's not, don't just call me Tudor, it's Mr. Tudor to you. Love it. We have two interesting 5-digit examples of the two-tone Daytona. One of the most popular women's watches of all time before it all went crazy, before the prices jumped up to those pandemic levels of the stratosphere. I used to see Daytonas, and especially two-tone Daytonas, on every single woman's wrist in Beverly Hills. I'm sure they're still popular, but people generally try not to wear their luxury watches around these days for understandable reasons, even though I personally always thought that as long as you keep common sense rules about your personal security, as long as you have some situational awareness, you should be fine for the most part. But again, I approach it the same way. We started like that in the beginning. I never tell people what to do with their watches. So this is one of those instances. If they don't feel comfortable wearing their luxury watches around, by all means, this is lot 5, a perennial favorite, really almost a unisex watch, pretty early in production as well, around 1988, when they actually introduced for the first time a self-winding Daytona with the Zenith El Primero caliber 400, or rather Rolex's version of it, which of course was one of the first, if not the first, integrated automatic chronograph movement in the world. This particular example has the so-called porcelain dial, which has this particular kind of white dial that registers to the eye as almost porcelain as almost enamel like, and they call it floating as well because out of the 5 lines of writing under the coronets, the cosmograph is separated by a full line from the rest, so as if it's floating between the red writing of the Daytona and the 4 lines above. The chronograph registers have gold rings around them, but the outer rings are traced out in black, which provides some additional contrast. Thank you, man. Thanks for dropping by in either case, and wear your watch in good health. I was assuming that you would have picked up an example, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. So this is a very, very nice and very early example of the Zenith Daytona, so to speak, in two-tone, and has that additional aspect of rarity and desirability because of the so-called porcelain dial. Lot 5 for this Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16523, has a pre-auction estimate of $20,000 to $40,000 in US dollars. Lot 6 is a later example, as you can see. This is, again, the 16523, which is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from the 5-digit generation that runs on caliber 4030, which is in its turn based on Zenith El Primero caliber 400. But this time, as you can see, the outer rings of the chronograph registers are these radially traced golden rings, which play along really well off the gold tachometer bezel of the watch in the first place. I think this is a great look. I like it even better than lot number 5. And since this is not as rare in terms of that particular dial variant, it would be an even better deal. The 2-tone versions are the best deals from within the 5-digit generation. So that's always a good tip. Lot 6 has an estimated value of $12,000 to $18,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button, by the way, if you could. For a small channel like this, it makes a big difference. It really, really helps a lot in giving me just a tiny bit more exposure. So I would really appreciate it if you could take the time to upvote. Number 7 is one of my all-time favorites. In fact, I love the combination of black and gold. I love the 5-digit generation of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona. This is the reference 16528. And as you already know, number 8 stands for 18 karat yellow gold. This is on the matching 18 karat yellow gold oyster bracelet with polished center links, and of course black dial with gold outer rings for the chronograph registers. One thing that I really like about this particular generation of the Daytona is the absolute symmetry and the perfect balance of the dial, right? You can basically cut it, draw a line from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and it goes directly through the watch, dividing the dial in 2 equal pieces, going through all these important sections, cutting the chronograph registers into 2, going right through the hand stack, and cutting the crown into two. That imaginary line you would draw, it's perfectly balanced. I also actually prefer having the continuous running seconds at 9. So this is a beautiful example. The 18 karat yellow gold versions of the 5-digit of 16528 are getting up there as well. So they're already in the high 30s, 40s. They used to be much cheaper, of course, but those days are seemingly gone by now. This particular example has an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 US dollars. Yeah, MCM, I agree. And again, thanks for sharing with us another picture of your beautiful dog, of that beautiful German Shepherd. Solid gold Daytoners in the long run. Absolutely. Ever since that taboo has been broken, they have been on the up and up. And I think the 5-digit generation, whether in stainless steel or solid gold, is I think it's a very good choice. In terms of retaining value, I think both of these categories will do well. If you don't necessarily care about that, not that you will lose money on this, but if you are not so heavily invested in that idea and you just want the 5-digit because you like the aesthetics and you also like wearing two-tone watches, 16523s are some of the best deals, I think, in the entire Daytona segment. Of course, the 6-digit two-tone will be even cheaper, etc., but that's not necessarily the point. I think you get the best of all worlds in the two-tone execution when you go for 16523. If you are really invested in the long-term value of the watch, financially speaking, of course, 16520 or 16528 might be better options if you can swing it, if you can afford it. We have a beautiful pre-Daytona chronograph at lot number 9 with a silver dial. This is the reference 6238 multimeter scale with the tachometer on the periphery of the dial, which encircles the telemeter. 3-register chronograph with a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 6, and the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock. Heat blued hands for the subdials as well as the centrally deployed chronograph seconds. Pump pushers, and the watch is stainless steel on the matching riveted stainless steel oyster bracelets. These pieces, much like the Daytonas that followed them, were built, on variations of Valjoux 72. And this particular example actually comes with its papers, as well as the presentation box and outer packaging. A little bit of a time capsule feel for that reason for lot number 9, which is a Rolex pre-Daytona chronograph, specifically reference 6238 in steel with a silver dial from around 1960 with an estimated value of 60,000 to 90,000 in US dollars. Look at how elegant this piece looks. They have been they are becoming more and more difficult to find, the 6038s and 6238s, ever since the Daytonas have become out of reach for a lot of collectors, people who have gotten their Daytonas, as well as people who have considered Daytonas unobtainable, have gone for these, and coins, subsequently the 6038 and 6238 have also risen enormously in value, gained enormously in value. But there's still sometimes good deals to be had. Perhaps not necessarily here, but this is still a beautiful watch, a very interesting proposition, especially with the accompanying original presentation box and outer packaging, guarantee papers and hang tags. That's very tempting for lot 9, which once again has a pre-auction estimate of 60,000 to 90,000 in US dollars. For sure. We're looking at an early 60s example of the Rolex GMT Master, reference 1675. Pepsi, as you can see. Because of certain concerns about the backlight bezels of the original GMT Master, of the original Pan Am Pepsi GMT Master with the backlight bezels, they were already replaced before the reference number transitioned into 1675. But 1675 was born with the aluminum bezel inserts, and in many ways, it has been as iconic as the original reference 6542, perhaps because it was so long-standing, perhaps because it lived for such a long time in Rolex's catalog. This is an early 60s example with those crown guards that are sharp and pointed. And you can see this is mostly the crystal that is scratched. Of course, you don't get a good view of the dial, but what you can see is encouraging. And everything has faded in a relatively uniform manner. The blue of the bezel insert has turned maybe a little purplish, and the red is a true red. This is a very cool look. I actually like the Marathon Man Special, the GMT Master on the Jubilee. That's a pretty cool look. I know a lot of people consider the Oyster iconic and canonical. That's fine. This is lot number 10. The GMT Master Pepsi with the pointed crown guard, reference 1675 from 1961. The pre-auction estimate is between 15 to 25,000. I'm wearing my GMT Master 2, the Coke 16710. It's a watch I really like. And I don't regret it one bit, even though I had already the 1653 and the 16753 and 16570, two other Rolex GMT watches, basically. I really appreciate the 5-digit Rolex. I think it's it still offers a decent deal. And look, I mean, if you don't know what you're going after, if you don't necessarily want to bother with Mark 1 dial and radial dial and this and that, it can become a minefield for 1675. It's much easier sometimes to deal with 5-digit Rolex. Still, for the time being, I still recommend it to everyone for their first serious watch to pick up. Of course, I do also follow Eric Wind to go after a Speedmaster, to go after a Rolex Datejust for sure. But if a Rolex sports model is what you want, and you want to move back in time, getting a 5-digit Rolex sports watch, whether it's 16710 for a GMT Master 2 or 14060 for a Submariner, or 16610, which is the Submariner dates. These are all fantastic options. Of course, 16570 Explorer 2, especially the Polar, right around year 2000, some of the best sweet spots in the entire history of Rolex. You get basically the best of two worlds, the last vestiges of the tool watch era with some of the accoutrements of the modern Rolex watch. Pawi, I'm a real third world kid. I like cheap chocolate. I like milk chocolate, but since I have turned vegan now for 3.5 years, I don't eat as much chocolate as I used to. I eat a lot of ice cream still. I'm trying to cut back because I'm starting to gain weight. But yeah, I used to love all of them. Lindt especially. Cadbury, I never had too much Cadbury. But I used to like even cheaper chocolate, man. I ate a lot of trash, a lot of junk food in my time. So, and I'm kind of glad, I like being vegan for that reason. I feel it makes life a little easier for me. There's just way too much temptation for me out there if I don't keep a vegan diet. You guys are funny, but I appreciate you, man, both of you. Pawi, G. Gadwa, I like you both. Thank you so much for your kind words and encouragement. 1680, 1680. This is, again, one of those iconic references of the Submariner dates. Of course, people love it when it has that single line of red writing, the red writing of the Submariner. But these are quite cool as well. Frankly, again, unless you are going after a certain kind of piece, if you are not getting the red writing and you want a Submariner date and you want pre-ceramic, I say go for 16610. I think that's the sweet spot. If you want a Submariner without the dates, 14060. Same thing I would say with 1513. Anything after mid 80s, when you start getting the white gold surrounds and the lacquered dials, I would say, just go for 14060. Save a little bit of money for yourself. Get the more modern watch, unless you are getting the real vintage charm of it, right? Whether we are talking about gilt dial 5512s or 5513s, or even the matte black dial of the 5513, meters first or feet first, before it switched to those white gold surrounds and became more modern. my heart goes with that side of things. But if you are getting something relatively modern, 80s and later, I would try to kind of, push you towards the 5-digit a little bit. But 1680 is a great watch, even without the red writing. You have a good example of it here. And at lot 11, the pre-auction estimate is 8,000 to 12,000 in US dollars. Lot number 12 is a very special Universal Genève piece, clearly made for Saudi Arabia, inscribed on the hour track with not only Eastern Arabic numerals, but also the name of the Saudi king at that time, Saud ibn Abdul Aziz. I'm trying to see what it's. Oh, it just says Al Jazeera Al Arabiya, the Arabian Peninsula. And it has the Saudi royal insignia, I think, the palm tree and the cross swords. And really a beautiful cloisonné enamel dial. I love these colors. And all the inscriptions and even the numbers seem hand engraved, which is very authentic, very beautiful. These sculptural lugs, which have the corne de vache vibe as well. The piece is in 18 karat pink gold, 35 millimeters, I think. Yes, 35 millimeters. A presentation box is included. Again, it depicts the Arabian Peninsula. Iran, the Arabian Peninsula, an oil well, the Saudi insignia, and part of Egypt, Sinai. A porthole-like opening for the dates as well. It's a very interesting watch. Universal Genève has pretty fascinating and beautiful dress watches from this period with different kinds of cloisonné enamel dials. This piece has a depiction of the Arabian Peninsula at its center. And that is lot 12 for an 18 karat pink gold, 35 millimeter diameter, south-winding dress watch by Universal Genève. Lot 12 has a pre-auction estimate of 10 to 15,000 in US dollars. Hey, Fries, nice to see you, man. Ooh, Pauli, I agree as well. You're preaching to the choir here. Fries says, for the F1 Monaco Grand Prix and Le Mans Centennial Race coming up, you'll be at Le Mans. All right. Lovely. Wearing the vintage Hoya Autavia Panda. Fries, that's a great choice. I hope you have fun. Again, I'm passing over some watches, but if you want to direct my attention to any of the pieces that I skipped over, feel free to send it in. Number 20 is an IWC Flieger Chrono, stainless steel, self-winding chronograph. The reference number is 3706 or IW 3706. You get that classic pilot's chronograph look and feel with 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, continuous running seconds at 9, and the 30-minute totalizer at 12, topped off with a triangle at 12 o'clock, Arabic numerals, and the day-date function at 3 o'clock. Here, the stainless steel case is matched with a 5-row stainless steel bracelet. Great expression of that IWC house style, so to speak, of a pilot's chronograph. 39 millimeters as well, so a little smaller than the contemporary sizing, which can be a point of preference for some. And these are great deals on the secondary market, and you can say that about the example here. This is lot 20 with an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000 in US dollars. At lot 22, we have a Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Control from around 2010. 18-karat yellow gold. Alpha hands that have moderate lume on them, like 2 lines of lume. Lume pips behind the hour markers. And Arabics at the indices at 6, 9, and 12. A date window that has a gilt frame at 3 o'clock. The sweep center seconds is a heat blued hand, which is a nice accent for a piece like this, which arrives with a Jaeger-LeCoultre presentation box, the original guarantee certificate, and the instruction manual. A very nice dress watch by Jaeger-LeCoultre, Master Control in 18-karat yellow gold with an off-white dial and an estimated value of 4,000 to 6,000 US dollars. At lot number 25, we have an 80s Omega Speedmaster Professional, namely the reference number 145022. That's, pardon me, classic 42 millimeter lyre lug case. The beating heart of the chronograph is a hand-wound caliber 861. And this piece has a pre-auction estimate of 4,000 to 6,000 US dollars at lot 25. No habla español, compañero, no habla español. I can't dox myself, GD. I try my best. I like languages, you know. In so many ways, I was also forced to learn them as a survival mechanism in a way. This is lot number 26. Classic Seamaster from a couple of generations before, when they had a matte dial. When they were transitioning from the older guilloche style wave dials to the laser engraved wave dials, in the middle they had these. I'm not a huge fan. I like the watches, but my favorites are most certainly in that generation of the first automatic Bond watch. You know, the self-winding version of the GoldenEye Seamaster. I think the reference number is like 253180. Those are great watches. Those are my favorite, but this is kind of like the transitional model that got us to our day at lot 29, all in stainless steel with that matte blue dial and a reduced size as well. This is the 36 millimeter version. The reference number is 1681508. And again, this is one of those pieces that are quite appealing in price if you're after it. You know, I would never go into an auction and bid on a watch that I feel halfway about, that I'm not quite convinced with. But sometimes there are great deals in watches that you don't necessarily expect, and it can be hard to resist. I understand that, but I would genuinely urge you to stay away from impulse purchases when it comes to watches, and when it comes to auctions especially. This is the Omega reduced size Seamaster from that transitional era with the matte, undecorated, unadorned dials. Reference number is 1681508. All in stainless steel with that classic Seamaster bracelet and an estimated value of $1,000 to $2,000 US. Number 28 is a great example of a 50s Breitling chronograph. I mean, great example in the sense that it is a good representative. The watch is not necessarily in a great condition itself. I believe this is actually the dial that is scratched. So it's really a shame because the case itself seems rather well preserved. 36 millimeters in stainless steel. Beautiful bicompax style, 2-register chronograph, hand wound column wheel. This is the Breitling Premier reference 760 from 1950s. Again, the estimate is 1,500 to 2,500, 1,500 to 2,500. At lot 37, we have a Omega Speedmaster Professional, again in stainless steel. This time, the watch is presented on a NATO strap. Once again, we have the 42 millimeter lyre-like case that was famously manufactured for Omega by Huguenin Frères. We have the post-moon landing caliber 861, but the watch is from right around that time, 1969 to 1970. We don't have, unfortunately, a photo of the case back, but I'm guessing that it is the hippocampus engraving rather than the engraving and the case back that commemorates moon landing. This is Lot 37, an Omega Speedmaster Professional, just the watch head on a NATO strap from around 1970 in stainless steel with what was then the new caliber 861. And the piece has a pre-auction estimate of 4,000 to 7,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button. We have been live streaming for 2 hours now. We had a nice fun segment watching the new Revolution watch video, 5 things not to do with your friends' watches. I highly recommend it. Especially if you get that it is a video that is done tongue-in-cheek and that doesn't actually condone violence. Again, a very interesting proposition at lot 41. This is a rectangular Omega watch in 18 karat pink gold, 28 by 24. More in the classic proportions of a tank or even of a reverso. Of course, this is not swiveling or reversible case, but in terms of dimensions, think of the more classic dimensions of the Cartier tank or JLC reverso. This Omega dress watch is more like it, a rectangular piece. Certainly reflects a kind of Art Deco influence with this crosshair dial for small seconds at 6. The stick markers for the hours laid out around the dial as so many rays of sun, and the rectangular case, Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock. An interesting piece, reference number is 3946 for an 18 karat gold, Art Deco style, rectangular Omega dress watch with a hand-wound caliber. The pre-auction estimate is 2,000 to 3,000 in US dollars. At lot 43, we have a very interesting and oversized Omega monopusher chronograph from the 40s. So when I say oversized, of course, everything is relatively speaking. 38 millimeters in stainless steel is relatively oversized for the time period, for the early 40s. Bicompacts. 2 registers with a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, continuous running seconds at 9, syringe hands, Arabic numerals, and what you have is actually a multimeter scale here with the tachometer wait a second. Yeah, with the tachometer on the periphery of the dial which has a lot of spottings, but is in overall decent condition for the age of the watch. Remember, a lot of vintage chronographs are quite compromised in terms of their waterproofness, weatherproofness, dustproofness. It's very hard to keep them in good condition. So you are mostly just grateful that they survived at all. In this case, you have a beautiful stainless steel monopusher chronograph in 38 millimeters from 40s by Omega. And these pieces are actually increasingly very, very much collectible, especially in good condition, which this piece is. At least it looks the part in that single picture. This is lot 43 for the Omega oversized stainless steel hand-wound chronograph, single button execution from early 40s, and a pre-auction estimate of $7,000 to $10,000 in US dollars. I would really appreciate it if you'd hit the like button. For a small channel like this, it really makes a world of difference. As you guys know, I'm genuinely trying to expand the community a little bit. A little ASMR action. And if you haven't subscribed, I'm here every day with watch content, so please do. At the very least, we have the nightly live streams, but usually so much more. We're looking at the online auction by Bonhams New York, which is currently going on and is going to conclude at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on May 31st. I'm looking at number 47. This is the piece in my thumbnail, and it is basically a gold version, a smaller gold version of what I'm holding here in my hands. This is my Universal Genève Tricompax in a stainless steel jumbo case. With the earlier 287 movements. It's a beautiful triple calendar, triple register, hand-wound chronograph, and really a great watch to own. I'm really happy with mine. I really appreciate these pieces. This is a 14 karat yellow gold version in a slightly reduced size. The jumbo size was more uncommon. Actually, this is the more common 34.5. As you guys see, the end links are kind of tricky. You have to basically get female spring bars to accommodate these. The prongs, I guess you can say. But once you put it on a nice strap, this watch is a pleasure to own. It's really beautiful. You get that nice blue printed tachometer on the periphery of the dial. You get that red tipped hand for the pointer dates, which makes it a little more legible. And, again, I said what I said about the Omega chronograph. A lot of these watches, the chronographs from the 40s, from the 50s, are really compromised when it comes to humidity, water, or even perspiration and rainfall getting into them. So a lot of times you have to find the best condition you can afford. This one at least has a dial that is evenly patinated, so I think that's still a good condition watch. Beautiful Dauphine hands, and I like the centrally deployed chronograph hand that is rendered in red. Incidentally, the piece comes with its original sales receipt, product literature, and a business card of the dealer, which is a very interesting detail. The fact that it's 14 karat yellow gold, probably I can easily speculate that this watch was made for the American market. I could say that for sure if I could see the import code on the chronograph movement, but unfortunately this is the only photograph we have. The moon phase is beautiful. I really like that sturgeon moon drawing. I really appreciate it. That is the Universal Tricompax in a 14 karat yellow gold case, 34.5 millimeter, triple calendar, hand wound, triple register chronograph, the Tricompax reference 52218, with a pre-auction estimate of $5,000 to $8,000 in US dollars. Lot number 53 is a 4-digit Datejust with that pipe pan dial, that kind of step dial where you have the minute/second track slightly sloping, like slightly separate. And you have a fluted white gold bezel for this stainless steel that is presented on a matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelet, a silver dial that is relatively in a good condition. Again, there's some humidity ingress, some damage on the dial. Not necessarily the best condition for lot 53, which is a stainless steel Rolex Datejust with an 18 karat white gold fluted bezel, reference 1601. From the early 70s, the piece has an estimated value of $2,000 to $4,000 US dollars. Number 56 is a Tissot chronograph from the 40s. Very similar to the Omega piece that we were looking at. This is lot 56. Again, stainless steel, 58 millimeter case. Those diamond/lozenge shaped hands for the hour and minutes. And you have a black gilt dial with Arabic numerals. Great mid-century pilot's chronograph vibe, actually, with those kidney-shaped pushers and an onion-shaped crown as well. Very, very charismatic watch with lots and lots of vintage charm in a 38 millimeter stainless steel case and a black gilt dial. This is a hand-wound Tissot chronograph from 1940s, reference number 6201/2, with an estimated value of $4,000 to $6,000 in US dollars. Number 53, we have a tank style watch by Vacheron Constantin. Most similar among all tank designs to Tank Chinoise, I have to say, with a two-tone silver dial, with the center of the dial replicating the square parts of the case, Roman numerals at the quarters, and a small seconds dial at 6. A very beautiful dress piece in 18 karat yellow gold, a hand-wound movement. The dimensions are 26 by 26. Again, more akin to the dimensions of a classic tank than something larger and more contemporary. So it is strictly in that thin, small, dainty dress watch category. Lot 57, a 40s tank style watch by Vacheron Constantin in 18 karat yellow gold and with a two-tone silver dial, applied Roman numerals at quarters. The pre-auction estimate is $3,000 to $5,000 in US dollars. At lot 58, we have an integrated bracelet, Vacheron Constantin dress watch, white gold in 33 millimeters with an integrated mesh bracelet, a beautiful bezel with a kind of Florentine finish, and a stunning matte black dial. This is a genre of watches that's been gaining in popularity. Actually, the listing says the dial is blue, and that's even better because you have a lot of depth to that blue. Slight damage between 2 and 3 o'clock on the dial, but nothing that makes it unseemly, with stick markers, pencil hands. The integrated bracelets dress watch category, especially in white gold, is quite hot these days. but there's still a lot of watches, a lot of deals to be had, I wanted to say, especially when it comes to Vacheron Constantin. But even in Patek Philippe and Audemars Piguet, there's still some deals to be found in this particular category. Again, it's a very particular kind of style. A lot of these watches are right between 32, 33, 35 millimeters at most. So it might not necessarily, pardon me, cater to everyone's taste. But if it does to yours, that's a great way also, again, to expand your journey into vintage watches, especially if you're looking for something in precious metal, something a little more showy, something a little more jewelry like. This is a great category to explore. Perfect two-hander, not even a seconds hand, no date indicator, very balanced, beautiful, deep blue dial for this Vacheron Constantin 18 karat white gold dress watch on an integrated mesh style bracelet by VC from the Patrimony series, reference 6352. The pre-auction estimate is 5,000 to 8,000 in US dollars. This is lot number 64 for a Cartier Obus. This is a very interesting design. Obviously, the name means alternatively bullet or shell in French, but I'm guessing in this particular design, it means more shell than bullet. It is quite similar, but has more rounded lines to the ceinture, which looks like a belt buckle for the most part. I really like these shapes by Cartier. As you guys know, I'm not a huge fan of the pebble. Not necessarily too hot on crash either, but I find these kinds of oddball designs from Cartier generally delightful. Of course, the extended Roman numerals and that find their place around that railroad track for the minutes are the distinctive feature of a Cartier watch. Silver dial, beaded grip on that crown that's set with a sapphire cabochon, as you can see. The watch is very well worn. The dimensions are 23 by 32 for this Tank Obus, with a pre-auction estimate of 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars. At number 65, we have a classic tank running on a quartz movement in an 18 karat yellow gold case, 22 by 23. So again, quite a diminutive size. A little bit of a the crystal certainly needs to be changed, but everything else seems to be okay. For this Cartier tank in yellow gold on a quartz movement, extended Roman numerals, and a railroad track style minutes, heat blued hands in stainless steel that play along well with that sapphire cabochon. Lot 65 has a pre-auction estimate of $3,000 to $5,000 in US dollars. At lot 76, we are looking at a late 80s example of an all stainless steel Rolex Datejust with a tapestry dial. You have a stainless steel case on a matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelet, and the bezel is also engine turned and in stainless steel, matching the rest of the case. A very beautiful and positively elegant tapestry style dial with those vertical stripes. This is the Rolex Datejust from around 1987 at lot 76. Pardon me, with a pre-auction estimate of $2,500 to $5,000 in US dollars. We're going to switch to the auction that's going to take place at Bonhams in Hong Kong on May 30th as a live event. But we have two more pieces, two Jaeger-LeCoultres at lot 66. We have a stainless steel, classic sized JLC Reverso with a hand wound caliber. The case dimensions are 23 by 33 with a simple silver dial, Arabic numerals, and a railroad track on the inside for the minutes, matched with a box stitched brown ostrich strap. This is reference 25886 for a stainless steel Reverso by Jaeger-LeCoultre at lot 66. The pre-auction estimate is $2,000 to $4,000 in US dollars. And finally, we have another example of an integrated bracelet dress watch from the 70s in 18 karat white gold, this time by Jaeger-LeCoultre. The reference number is 904022. A TV shaped case, which has mostly the dimensions of a square, 30 by 30. This is a very decorative watch with an entire case that seems guilloche decorated, a mesh style integrated bracelet in 18 karat white gold, and finally a beautiful guilloche dial that has a very small very fine hobnail style decoration. This is a white gold dress watch by Gégé Lecoutre from 1970s. 30 by 30 TV style case on an integrated mesh style bracelet at lot 67. The estimated value of the watch is 4,000 to 6,000 in US dollars. Let's take a look at the Hong Kong auction. This is actually going to be a live event taking place on May 30th, starting at 2:30 p.m. in the local time. I'm going to take a very quick break, but I invite you to take a quick look at lot 805, which is a special edition glacé original that has a unique porcelain dial that is made in the German city of Meissen, and that is, by the way, behind that logo at 6 o'clock. I'll be right back. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. If you have any questions, any watch-related questions at all, feel free to send them in. I'll be right back. If you want to direct my attention to any of the other watches on this auction, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I will be sure to dive right in and discuss that watch in some historical and horological detail. I'll be right back. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for staying along. We are looking at lot number 805. This is the May 30th auction by Bonhams in Hong Kong. You're looking at a limited edition Glacé Original watch. This is 1845 classic Meissen porcelain dial piece in pink gold from around 1998. Which means, of course, a couple of things. One, this is one of 150 pieces, specifically number 48 of 150 pieces. It is also a pre-swatch piece and a great example of the kind of work that Glashütte Original was doing already as an independent. A hand-wound caliber. Very, very elegant piece. At 38 millimeters, I think it splits the difference between something that is very classically proportioned and a more modern dress watch. I think it's just perfect at 38, honestly, because even though it has a porcelain dial, it also has a look with that beautiful dimpled chapter ring, or rather beaded chapter ring, and the hand-drawn elements. It also has a very contemporary look in terms of the shape of the case, especially. The piece comes apparently with its presentation box and the certificates. Meissen, once again, is a German city that is traditionally known for its porcelain work, and the crossed swords logo in that beautiful cobalt blue at 6 o'clock is their certificates. I like the skeletonized hands in this instance because they make sure that you know that the focal point of this watch, that the centerpiece of this watch is that porcelain dial, is that handwork. And this piece has a pre-auction estimate that at its lower end is around 7,660 in US dollars. We have another very special watch with a beautiful dial. This is a Ulysse Nardin reference 131-77-9. This is a piece from 1992 for the 500th anniversary of Columbus's journey, with a Clausenet enamel dial that depicts his ship, Santa Maria. The dials furthermore signed with Cristoforo Colombo, Santa Maria, and the specific number of this piece out of the series, here 22 out of 25. You have a 37 millimeter white gold case with stepped lugs. Very beautiful watch, especially with that Clausenet enamel dial. The piece has this line of San Marco in the back as well. And a matching tang buckle in 18 karat yellow gold with the original presentation box, as well as the warranty card. This is the Christopher Columbus edition of the Ulysse Nardin UN 13 self-winding 37 millimeter yellow gold dress watch with a cloisonné enamel dial, which has a depiction at the center of the dial of Christopher Columbus's ship Santa Maria in cloisonné enamel. At the low end, the pre-auction estimate for this watch is right around $7,660 US. Lot number 810 is a Roger Dubuis perpetual calendar in a square case, which is a big square case. It's 40 by 40 with officer style lugs with a screw through spring bar. You have a mother of pearl dial with two apertures for the day of the week and month at 12 o'clock, a moon phase indicator between 7 and 8 o'clock, a pointer date between 4 and 5 o'clock, and right at 3 o'clock, you have a porthole-like opening, which indicates the leap year, a set of spade hands for the hours and minutes, elongated Arabic numerals for the indices. The piece has a white gold case and a self-winding caliber that you can see through the porthole-like opening. Of course, Roger Dubuis presented himself always as a Genevan watchmaker and signed his watches that way. So this piece has a movement in it that proudly carries the hallmark of Geneva too, since it is actually assembled, finished, and regulated according to the highest standards expected from such a watch. You might know this, but I'm going to remind you still. Watches from that particular period in Roger Dubuis are always part of limited edition in a way. They're always made in usually 28 and sometimes 88 examples in terms of a certain combination of the case material and the dial. So in this case, for example, you have a white gold case with the mother of pearl dial. This is the number 8 made that way. And they were never made, in this case, more than 28 examples. So you're always getting something in a limited quantity, and that's important. And you also get that stylized initial look déployant clasp. The piece is from 2005. Roger Dubuis golden square perpetual calendar in 18 karat white gold, 40 by 40. The piece at its lower end has a pre-auction estimate that is in excess of $8,900 in US dollars. At lot 814, we have a piece by Gerald Janta, the newly revived brand by Louis Vuitton, under the auspices of their high horology workshop, La Fabrique du Temps, that is led by master watchmakers Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazzini. These were perhaps the most popular genre of Gerald Janta watches. Of course, people went for the complicated versions, the Grand Sonneries, and even perpetual calendars. But in terms of the widespread popularity and in terms of the kind of broader fan base, I think they sustained. These jump hour retrograde minute hand pieces were extremely popular as well. Pardon me, this is a particularly unique expression of it, I have to admit. It has the 5-link bracelets, and the matching bracelets are incredibly rare on these kinds of watches. A salmon guilloche dial, I have only seen a handful of times. And a relatively unique layout of both that jump hour indicator and the expression of that scale, of that fan-like scale for the retrograde indication of minutes. The piece has a case that to me looks like a more butch version of modern Breguet wristwatches. But ultimately, it is a design that I really like. This is the Gerald Janta Retro Classic from the immediate post-Bulgari acquisition period. This is lot 814. And at the low end, the pre-auction estimates is in excess of 3,800 in US dollars. An earlier and more common version of the jump hour retrograde minute watch is right here. But be mindful, this is the layout of a quartz movement version where you have the jump hour at 6 o'clock and the retrograde minutes in the form of a downward facing crescent in the upper part of the watch. This is a ladies version in a 28mm yellow gold case. And as you can see, with a quartz movements on its original leather strap. This is lot 813. From around year 2000. At its low end, the pre-auction estimates of this piece is right above 2,500 in US dollars. Some interesting Gerald Janta pieces with those beaded bezels that look like the tentacles of an octopus. or these time and date pieces, which have cases, octagonal cases that look like a ship's wheel. Smaller, daintier, and bejeweled versions for women. A lot of interesting Jarjanta pieces. At lots 828, we have a little bit of a different approach to timekeeping. This is a desk clock in the shape of a vintage racing car by Lepe. The model is called Time Fast D8. I believe when this piece came out, it had different combinations of colors, all of which paid a particular kind of tribute to vintage sports cars. This particular example is like an electric blue with white stripes, and as you can see, right in the middle, you have a digital expression of hours and minutes, and it's like a 5-minute clock as well, with an exhibition of the movement integrated into the car. And like a little matchbox type of situation, which is something that's very endearing about this particular device, you actually charge the hand-wound movements by pulling back the rear wheels. So it's really amazing. Exactly the kind of horological toys that I feel some watch collectors and enthusiasts are about to graduate into. This is lots 828 for the Lepe Time Fast D8. Blue with white stripes. Lepe, by the way, has made some creations for MBNF, and that's kind of how they found their place. Again, the watch is charged, the clock is charged by pulling the car backwards, and the time can be set by rotating the steering wheel, which is, again, very endearing, very adorable, and almost captivating. I think a great idea and a lovely execution. I think these pieces sell for around $30,000 when they're new. Considering that, the lower end of the estimates, which is right in excess of 15,300 US dollars, this can be an interesting opportunity to take a look at an interesting kind of timekeeping device and a fascinating desk clock by Lepe Time Fast D8. That's at the low end of the pre-auction estimates is around $15,300 US dollars. At lot 830, we are looking at another brand that has been revived recently with the introduction of the Tourbillon by Louis Vuitton, once again produced in their La Fabrique du Temps facilities in Mayran, Switzerland. This, however, is an example of Daniel Roth's chronograph that was built on the base of the Zenith El Primero caliber 400, here in a white gold case in the iconic ellipsocurvex shape, with a dial that is in black and white and has elongated Roman numerals as the indices, and a 3-register chronograph look with the date indicator between 4 and 5. 1 of 50, apparently. A very piano style look on the dial, very classical and inspiring. An exhibition case back with a decently finished movement, even though it doesn't perhaps have the kind of treatments that we are used to in our age of macro photography and high horological boutique independence, but a cool version of the Zenith El Primero caliber 400s, here DR 500. A déployant clasp with the initials of the logo filled in blue enamel. And a very cool looking chronograph by Daniel Roth, writes around the acquisition of the brand by Bulgari around 2000. This piece is going to go under the hammer on May 30th in Hong Kong at Bonhams as lot 830. And at the lower end of the pre-auction estimates, its value is in excess of 8,900 in US dollars. At 831, we have an example of the Daniel Roth Master Perpetual. This is again a piece that stands at the precipice, at the transition of the hourglass into Bulgari ownership era. It is a recreation of the instantaneous perpetual calendar that Daniel Roth designed with Philippe Dufort, particularly that expression of the two openings for the day of the week and the month right above the pointer dates. There's also a leap year indicator. Of course, a very unique expression of the moon phase as well at 12 o'clock. This yellow gold case with a silver dial. An exhibition case back. 22 karat gold rotor with a guilloche decorative motif on it and an additional platinum supplemental weight. Matching yellow gold clasp. This piece actually comes with the maker's presentation box, a certificate with an open date, toolkit, cloth, polishing cloth, and a rare porcelain dish that has a shot of the dial, although with a different decoration, with the more traditional vertical stripe guilloche of Daniel Roth, whereas this watch has a kind of pyramidal motif on the silver dial and a wave-like motif for the subsidiary dial, which has a pointer date and a leap year indicator. Heat blued hands look beautiful against that silvered background. This is a Daniel Roth Master Perpetual, reference 118X40 in 18 karat yellow gold from around year 2000. At the low end of the pre-auction estimates, the value of this watch is almost $23,000 in US dollars. Lot 833 is even more rare and a unique example of Daniel Roth's watchmaking art. This is a wristwatch tourbillon with an open-worked treatment and a bezel set by baguette cut diamonds. You can see how the skeletonized bridges have this frosted treatment as well. It's really a beautiful piece of design and looks positively magical, with the tourbillon cage seemingly levitating at around 6 o'clock, and the serpentine arrow hands for the hour and minutes. This was apparently a limited edition piece. As you can see, that even the lugs of the Ellipsocurvex case are set with baguette cut diamonds. You can get a good look at the skeletonized bridges of that open-worked caliber from the back, which has a power reserve indicator on the case back as well. Once again, the déployant clasp. A beautiful piece, one of a limited edition of 50 examples, number 8 out of 50. This is Daniel Roth's Ellipsocurvex open-worked tourbillon wristwatch from around 1995, lot 833. This piece is one of the centerpieces of the auction and has actually pre-auction estimates that places its value in excess of 70,000 in US dollars. If you have just joined the stream, we are talking about the upcoming Hong Kong auction by Bonhams, which is going to be a live event. I have just covered the online auction of Bonhams New York. That is concluding on May 31st. And we have just taken a look on this Daniel Roth open-worked tourbillon wristwatch that is set all over the front part of the case, bezel, and the lugs with diamond, with baguette cut diamonds. An incredible piece, very artistic. That was lot 833. $834 is, as much as I can tell from the different patterns on the dial, this is a version of the retrograde from after the Bulgari acquisition of the brand. This is a watch that Daniel Roth implemented after seeing a pocket watch tourbillon designed by George Daniels, which, and in the original design, including Daniel Roth's implementation on the wristwatch, this pointer date on the subsidiary dial was actually a second sand. And Daniel Roth adopted the hour hands to jump from 6 to 6 rather than 1 to 1, which I think fits beautifully the theme of beginning the day and beginning the night, kind of. You know, it roughly falls around there. So the minute hand makes a full revolution around this circle once an hour, obviously. The hour hand never crosses into the subsidiary dial for the pointer date. But at 6 o'clock, the hour hand jumps to the other end of the dial, whether that is 6 a.m. or 6 p.m., and starts from there. This is a slightly more feminine version of the watch in white gold, set with diamonds again on the bezel and on the lugs. With a charcoal gray dial. And here is a family photograph of the three watches we have seen. The perpetual calendar in the middle. The self-winding chronograph on the right, built on the base of the Zenith El Primero caliber 400. And the retrograde, which remains relatively unique in the world of wristwatches, but a design and an idea, a concept that Daniel Roth borrowed from George Daniels, from some pocket watches that he made, and also showed in his famous book on watchmaking. This particular piece in white gold and set with diamonds on the bezel and the lugs has a pre-auction estimate that at its lower end is in excess of $8,900. Super Pitchy, thank you so much. Super Pitchy, $8.99 New Zealand dollars, going back and forth between Santos de Cartier and Santos Dumont. Which of those do you prefer? I like them both, but I will help you in this particular way. I think even though they have, of course, very similar designs, with the Santos Dumont being in a way more loyal to the original design, and by our standards being the dressier expression, the Santos would be a sportier version, especially in the recent generation. The Santos really became Cartier's answer to this very popular category of integrated bracelets, stainless steel sports watches, especially if you're into the modularity of the watch. As you know, one of the primary attractions of the Santos de Cartier is the fact that the bracelet is so easily removable without any need of tools, that you can easily swap into different kinds of bracelets, different kinds of straps. So it has a modularity and sportiness that Santos Dumont, as a more classic piece of design, lacks. On the other hand, well, one more thing to add, I think there are simply more options when it comes to Santos de Cartier. Different sizes, different case materials for sure, which I think is available in Santos Dumont too. But I think I would simply say, if you want something more sporty and modular, you go with Santos Dumont. If you want something that is a little more classically proportioned, a little more in line with a dress piece, especially if you want one in precious metal, like something like this, for example, I would go with Santos Dumont. And there have been some interesting limited editions of the Santos Dumont in the last few Watches and Wonders. So if you can acquire any one of those, that would make them even more desirable. But as you can see, Santos Dumont is, a lot of times you would get the hand wound caliber, so you get a profile that's a little more sleek. The watch is a little dressier. You get a perfect two-hander, not even a second hand. Whereas in that classic stainless steel, where newly a modern classic stainless steel integrated bracelet version of the Santos de Cartier, you get the sweep center seconds, a much sportier watch, a much more modular watch. Again, I like them both. I think the difference is very small. If you want something that's errs on the dressier side of the spectrum and you want something precious metal, I think with the hand wound movements and with the more classical lines of design, Santos Dumont is more successful. If you want something more of an everyday, sportier and more modular, more versatile, more adaptable, I would go with a stainless steel Santos de Cartier. I wanted to show you one of those limited editions. I don't know if they still exist, but you can certainly find them on the secondary market and maybe even at a discount, possibly. But this one was my absolute favorite. This was from Watches and Wonders 2022 in yellow gold with the beige dial. I mean, look at that profile, you see? Very sleek, very sexy with the curvature. I'm trying to see also the pink gold limited edition they had. Again, I feel from around that time, but for whatever reason, I can't find it. And also, I absolutely loved the most recent version. That's a little more expensive in terms of the pricing, but I actually had this on my Instagram, so I can just show from there. I would appreciate it, by the way, if you could follow me on Instagram as well. Oh, super pitchy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another $8.99 New Zealand dollars. I really like this one, and the black dial with the square pattern. Yeah, they're both great. The yellow gold with the beige, and I absolutely adore these, but they're a little more expensive with the stainless steel already at 30,000. It's really, I mean, it's a great design. very slim, again, at 8 millimeters, thanks to the micro rotor caliber, which has Santos Dumont, Albert Santos Dumont's Demoiselle on it. You have the mainspring barrel at 1 o'clock and the balance wheel at 11. In addition to, of course, having the micro rotor as the centerpiece of the watch between 6 and 9. I really love these. So my prejudice is towards Santos Dumont, but I do recognize that the Santos de Cartier, especially in the most recent generation, is sportier, more versatile, and certainly more modular watch, thanks to that easy exchange bracelet. And yeah, full bracelet is sometimes a deciding factor for a lot of people. I love wearing watches on leather straps and leather alternatives, but some others, are really hardcore bracelet watch fans. And I understand. It also depends on the weather conditions, in your part of the world. So that's my take. I hope it was satisfactory. I hope you got your money's worth, and I genuinely appreciate the 2 super chats. Thank you so much. We were looking at some of the watches coming up for auction live on May 30th at Bonhams, Hong Kong. Lot number 836 is the Louis Vuitton Escale World Time. This is in a 41 millimeter white gold case. The piece has these hand-painted dial, which has different flag-like motifs next to the abbreviations of the city names. This piece actually comes with the Louis Vuitton presentation box, which is in and of itself a beautiful looking thing. The guarantee booklet, instruction manual, USB key, polishing cloth or cleaning cloth, and 2 keys for the case. Made at the La Fabrique du Temps, 41 millimeter white gold case with a matching Louis Vuitton déployant clasp. And as you can see, with a beautiful trunk style Louis Vuitton presentation box and its full set of documents. This is lot 836, Louis Vuitton Escale World Time in white gold with hand-painted details on the dial. The piece has a pre-auction estimate, which at its lower end equals 16,600 in US dollars. We're basically in the last half hour of the broadcast. So if you have any questions, any burning questions, feel free to ask them now. I will come back tomorrow, of course, but in either case, feel free. If you would like to contribute to the channel, the information is included in the video description. It is now pinned in the chat and it is in the crawling ticker. But again, if you have any immediate questions, whether it is about a lot that you would like to explore from this particular auction, or more general watch related questions, I'm here at your service, so please feel free to ask. At 8:37, we are looking at the Octa Sport line of FP Jean. This is basically the Réserve de Marche in its unique sporty version in a larger black treated titanium case, matching bracelets, and a movement that is fashioned out of aluminum with a rotor weight that's part titanium, part aluminum, if I'm not mistaken. This particular piece too comes as a full set, including its original documents and presentation box. This is the Octa S, a line sport, titanium on a matching bracelet with a movement fashioned largely out of aluminum. I'm not a huge fan of the design or the size for that matter, but I really appreciate the fact that it's not just another another case material or another dial color to present it as a sports watch. It is actually a watch that weighs around 53 grams. It's all in titanium. The aluminum movements, the bridge plates, most of the movement is made out of an aluminum alloy. That makes everything much lighter, of course. And the rotor weight I just checked is actually tungsten and titanium. So I like the fact that it is basically reimagined, and it is a different watch compared to an Octa in precious metal. This is lot 837, and at the lower end, this piece has a pre-auction estimate, which sets its value right around 48,500 in US dollars. Hey, how are you
Good
doing?
evening.
How you going, man?
I like the idea of combining tungsten and titanium in the same object.
Right? I mean, I think, he wanted to stay within the lines of that, light design, but I guess to get the efficiency out of winding rotor weights, you need the solidity, you need the heft of the tungsten. I was completely confused in the beginning. I mean, you can't possibly make an efficient self-winding movement out of aluminum, I don't think. So,
It it depends. I mean, ultimately you have to apply a certain amount of torque
mhm.
to wind, and there are two main factors: the weight and how far that weight is from the axis. So, you can go for heavier rotor, but if I was trying to make the ultra lightweight watch, I'd try to make it work for aluminum. Just get as much of that weight as possible right on the end, and hopefully that works out.
I mean, yeah, maybe like aluminum with supplemental weight of some sort.
Hmm.
That might actually work. But then again, I do trust the process of F. Bejon. They do. I'm sure they have tried something similar,
hmm
and for one reason or another, I guess it wasn't that appealing to them.
I think what you'd be giving up is exactly the word you used before, and that is winding efficiency. So at some point, it's just not going to turn, right? It's like whatever that spring is to wind up, you might have a weight that just will not turn. There's not enough torque applied. But you could add a few more cogs so that it will turn. You halve the amount of weight needed to move it. It's just not going to do as much work. So you might end up in a position where you wind it up at the start of the day, and then through normal activity, if you're an office dweller, it might actually run dead. But if you actually are more active, it may actually build up
Mm.
in capacity and be completely fine. That's what you're playing with ultimately, is that you do have the option. You can add another gear to give you that leverage instead of lengthening the spoke. But there's only a fixed number of times that someone actually does this motion, and that's what you've got to play with to get all the energy you need to keep that thing alive.
Mm.
So it is interesting ultimately. I mean, you can make a more efficient like movement, but you know it's interesting. I trust, as you say, I trust that they ended up making the right decision. But those are the things that they could have done as well. But what they're playing off is like that some people are just not going to be active enough to keep it alive.
I wouldn't be, most certainly. What do you say about one of the things? Again, I haven't thought about this from an engineering perspective, but you can perhaps already see from this picture that it is slightly off center, the rotor weight,
Well, it
right?
seems like for the most part they're still doing the semi circle, and then
Hmm.
what that means is that the point of balance is actually probably where the hollow part of that rotor is. So
Hmm.
like just under there. So it's the distance to the point of balance in this watch is only like halfway to the actual complete outer edge. If they have just like say a lollipop where they have like just a tungsten drop just at the end of the lollipop, that
Hmm.
would be a rotor that would exert a lot more torque for the motion. I'm not exactly sure why they actually have the rotor sort of in a semicircle like that, because that ultimately brings the point of balance closer to the axis, so it makes it less efficient.
Because I was always told that not the shape of the rotor, but the placement of it slightly off center, right, with this kind of emptiness right here around it, was also for reasons of efficiency, but I don't have the kind of mind to figure that out and what that actually means. So I was wondering if you had a quick explanation for that.
Sorry. To me, what it could mean is that where they need to insert the energy, i.e. where the axis or where that rotor is positioned, it just might not be easy to get it in the center of the movement. Like,
I see.
The whole architecture of the rest of the movement has to fit around where that entrance point is, and if you don't need it to be dead center, you don't have to. Like if you needed to insert a few more cogs, well, where does the rotor end up? It's like, well, if you don't have a strong preference for where the rotor is, it still fits. It doesn't actually matter. Because as I said, they don't need the full diameter of the watch as it is. They've already got a rotor shape where the point of balance is, somewhere in the middle rather than the very edge. So, just like how you have small rotors, right? Like the small rotor, watches, especially on the Pateks, they're not dead center. You don't have like a small rotor right in the center. I mean, you can put that.
Oh no, of course not. Yeah.
Wherever you feel like, basically. But has anyone ever done like a lollipop rotor?
There are. I'll show you something while you can continue to muse about the subject. I have something.
Yeah. I wish I had like the platinum new version so I could show the rotor on this one, but I've just got a standard Rolex, just flat case back. But yeah, I mean, to apply energy into that movement for each movement of your wrist, they need to have a weight, and that needs to be suitably far from an axis to apply a certain amount of torque. If you have, say, a half pancake, the point of balance is still pretty close to that axis. If you have a lollipop where it's just a stick, and then the weight right on the very end, that has the most torque for the amount of weight in the entire system. So that would be, to me, the way you would have a very efficient rotor if you were concerned about the total weight of the watch. But it still all depends on how active the actual person wearing it is. If they can guarantee that the person who is wearing it plays tennis every day, then you can get away with enough gears that it takes like 500 motions like this every hour to keep the watch alive. Wow, what are we looking at?
Yeah, this is the Moritz Gossmann Hamatic. It adopts a technology from the 19th century, like a hammer-like winding system.
Yeah.
This thing right there.
Wow. I want to see this in motion, but
let's see. Maybe their own website has something that we can look at in that way.
it was for sure what I described, like a lollipop. Yeah, hammer. Yeah, the same thing where you got as much length as you can get, a mass of. But this is spanning the full distance of the watch. That's really cool. So there is a trade-off here with this hammer. You have a huge axis. You got huge amounts of mechanical advantage. But on the flip side, unlike a rotor that can go 360, where almost all movement translates into energy recapture, this there'd be only certain specific movements that would wind this up. Just like this to this would wind this one.
I thought it was. Let me see. I thought it was just. I thought it would be just a demonstration of that, but it ended up being a whole cinematic, and I don't know how to cut down the noise either.
They might not even have shots of it actually rotating, because that's very hard to do. You know,
But let's-
to show a watch it's actually being moved. Of all the macro shots that take a lot of precision placement and cameras.
Let's see. No. They mostly showed the tourbillon and nothing like that. Let's see. Maybe someone else on YouTube would have.
The hammer.
I think so.
That one looks good, yeah. Hopefully. Oh, there we go.
Ah,
So what was moving there? It's almost like the entire cage.
yeah. And there are those two. Did you see there were like, two wires that held it?
Very interesting.
One thing that I hate in terms of these demonstrational videos, like the way they place the screws, like in a 1 minute video. Is anyone impressed by that? I mean, I know. Look, I'm not steady with my hands at all, so I can't do anything like that. That's not what I mean. But as a demonstration of artisanal skill in a relatively fast-paced short video, I feel like it's one of the most useless things to show.
Right. Like Audemars, their videos really show you interesting techniques. Like they show like having special devices to calibrate the screws on the regulator and that sort of thing. Like they actually show very specific, non-generic steps in the movement creation process.
Lange has great videos about their, the various steps they have in their finishing. How they use different kinds of surfaces, woods.
Lapping.
Yeah. But that's a beautifully finished movement in any case. I mean,
yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, I love how unique it is. That whole cage is moving.
Yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of the Cartier. Is it the Mystérieuse, the one where the movement is the rotor?
Ah, yeah.
Because I'm not exactly sure that's what I'm seeing here, because it seems to me like a large amount of the total watch movement is actually moving in this configuration. Like it's effectively the whole cage, which would be like the main structure for a movement in any other watch. So very interesting.
It's kind of let me. The other one would be, if we can find a good shot of this. I guess we will have to go back to Tim Mosso. I'm sure he has something on this.
You know, from my basic understanding of mechanics and watches, I think I could come up with a unique watch movement. The real issue is it probably wouldn't be that accurate.
Well, I mean, you can be part of a team, you know, where others who know perhaps a little more about chronometric precision can help you with.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to the escapement, and so much of that is materials science and, you know, really understanding what actual escapements will do in practice. You know, you can't just draw it up in CAD and it's like, yeah, this will probably work. I simulated it. And
So
it probably wouldn't be very efficient. Like if I made one, it wouldn't be accurate or efficient. But if you wound it up, it'll probably work for like an hour, roughly.
Love it. So that's the. Did you see this one? This is the old school rotor that it's very similar to the self-winding technology that Abraham Louis Breguet used in the 19th century for pocket watches. So they Swatch Group implemented it for the Tradition series. I love this watch, by the way.
A lot of Breguets look like this, right?
No, this is a particular series that they introduced in 2005 that kind of has the look of a pocket watch movement, even on the face of it, with an off-center dial. This particular reference number, which is 1797, has also a retrograde seconds, so it basically snaps back to 0 every minute, which is very cool.
What am I saying? Sorry, I don't mean that. I mean, I already know what like your Breguet chronograph looks like, but I think I've seen this watch in person twice by people who own them.
They have an entire line. So they have one that's pretty austere, just time basically. They have a GMT version. They have a chronograph version. They have an amazing, like $250,000 constant force mechanism version. They have an entire line for sure. But I think, you know, if you ask me, you know, what is emblematic Breguet, I would probably show you something like this more than that. Let me see.
When you're wrapping up the show tonight?
In about 10 minutes, basically. Unless you have something pressing to talk about, in which case I'm happy to stay awake.
Yeah, I'll give you the lowdown. Basically, my AD, they're supposed to have a grand opening of their store, and I've got an USA. That's not really part of this, but so they closed their pop-up store, which they've been in for like more than a year, while the big store is being renovated, and so they closed that on Monday, with the idea that the big store would be open for Memorial Day weekend. Like tomorrow is meant to be the first day, but the keyword is meant to be, so they are unable to open. I don't know the exact details, but they're not ready.
That happens. Maybe it's just that. I mean, maybe there's not a
mean,
bigger crisis than that.
It's been many months I mean, a long time in the making. Many months of delays. They compromised by going from a grand opening to a soft opening, and then maybe some event later in the summer. And now they're not even opening, and so they're at 6 days and counting without a store, and the weekend to go. Who knows what kind of work they need done to get it done? They don't know when they're going to open. I'm going to guess they'll open maybe on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, maybe not. But when I talk to people about, high-end watches and stuff like that, or getting a Rolex, I tell them, in general, your money is not really good enough. It's other factors. A shop that is unable to open is one of those factors. So they still have inventory that they need to get rid of, so it can only go to clients that they can't fly them in. There's no store. They have to trust them to the extent that, they're not miffed by the experience of not being able to go into the store to look at it because there is no store.
Well, it's that's good for you, right?
Yeah. So if they go beyond Tuesday without opening, and especially beyond Wednesday, which is the end of the month, and they still have Rolex inventory, they have to make it rain. like they got to get them out the door, because the problem from their perspective is they've got Rolex inventory. Rolex knows it. They just don't send them more inventory, and that just means less money. So they gotta sell them at any cost, basically. And I don't mean they're gonna fire sale them. I just mean that's where the minnows come in. That's the krill of the watch market come in, like myself.
I mean,
so
look,
I'm like, yes, yeah.
That's an interesting scenario, man. I really didn't imagine that. I know. Look, a friend of mine is opening a restaurant, and he was supposed to open by the end of last year, and then it became December, and then it became February, and then it became May, and it's still not open. But a restaurant, with the restaurant, you have a few more moving parts, right? There are all sorts of different licenses, and health department comes in, and fire department, all different.
There is a similar problem, though. I mean, it'd be like if you had a sushi restaurant that was supposed to have its grand opening, and it's perishable, obviously. You might have to fire sale that sushi out the back door, right? Just because you got to make some money rather than none. But despite how durable a Rolex is, it's kind of like sushi. If they keep it on inventory, Rolex is just not going to send them another batch next month, and a missing batch is just straight up bottom line gross revenue lost if they don't sell those watches.
Man, that's an interesting. Again, this thing has worked for you quite well. So
yeah, I effectively think that's how I got my Daytona. Basically, I came in the day after Christmas, and somehow, some way, they forgot that they had a Panda in the safe. Basically,
okay.
it wasn't intentional that there was still one left, and they had to get rid of it before the end of the year. It's really that simple. They had to get rid of it, and they need someone they can trust. And they probably thought they dealt with all the customers they wanted to sell to already, because it's already, the Christmas season is over, and
Right.
that's how I got it.
It's really amazing.
And there have been other, like with the other watches, there have been like crunch points where it looks like it's the end of the month and stuff like that. They just need someone who they can trust to take it, and things happen. So we'll see. The only problem for me is the only thing I've asked for doesn't exist. So that's kind
Right.
of difficult.
But did you also let them know? I know we were kind of talking about this, but
Yeah.
you never know. Did you ever say if from the older series something slipped through? Did you imply that?
Yeah, I went back and asked like if they have a meteorite dial Daytona,
Hmm.
I'd be happy with that. Like I don't just have to hang out for the new Platona.
Okay.
I'll take a meteorite that's also very special. Um, that wasn't clear in the handover, but I did talk to my SA and said like that's also something that I would like. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I don't really hold out any significant hope, but so this is fun. Like, there's a lot of people who, I don't know, just despise quote unquote the AD game. This is fun for me. This is fun. I
Well,
get
I
that
mean,
text. We can't open the store. I'm like, okay, that's probably good news actually.
it's fun for you because also it has worked for you so well so far. So, but no, I
Yeah,
I understand. Look, it's
yeah. You'll
each.
forgive me if I get an Air King next week or something like that. Okay, you'll.
Why is
We've
that?
talked about like I'm not going to buy side grades and stuff. You'll forgive me for not being a purist if I'm offered something tempting. It's also my birthday in a couple of weeks, so you know, having something in hand is still better than nothing in hand for an actual birthday.
No, I get that. But do you desire the Air King at all? Is that something you
No,
were
I
looking?
was just trying to pick a medium level dog to pre-apologize for, and then that way, if I come in with a Pepsi, you're going to be impressed.
I'm always impressed by your resourcefulness. Um we can talk behind the scenes maybe about this, but
No, there's not much more
donuts
to it. It's
donuts
just a little bit of excitement, you know. It's but I just want to sort of like it's a good example of like I've talked to people before and they kind of don't understand what I mean when I say that a local has an
Mm.
advantage or that it's someone that they trust. What kind of situation? Well, how does that make a difference? Well, when they get to a crunch, and people don't understand what I mean when they mean a crunch. Like, okay, in this situation, I can clearly illustrate. They don't have a store to sell watches. Okay, they can't flip them to any tourists right now. Okay, so locals are going to have an advantage. The fact that there's a casino store doesn't even exist right now. They just have a safe. They have inventory. That's it. If they don't sell the
Yeah.
inventory and Rolex tracks the purchase down to the second, literally, because they have an iPad, they put in the details, they know the minute they have inventory and the moment they don't have inventory. The longer they have those things in inventory, the less they're going to send them the next week. Like the very next week, they're going to be sold. They're going to be sent less inventory of those items. So it's better for the store to empty it out than to um, and get this. Like here's the other factor. They were probably trying to stock up prior to the opening.
Of course. Of course. Wow.
So there could be weeks of inventory that they now have to sell within like a couple of days on a non-weekend potentially. I don't know.
Wow.
I'm going crazy. I'm imagining stuff. It could happen. It may not be a problem at all. Who knows?
Look, I don't think, like you said, I don't think anything bad can happen.
Yeah,
Too bad that the new models didn't yet start pouring in.
that's the
Not that
main
they would,
issue. Yeah.
yeah. So if that had happened, I would say, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if you, crashed the program with a, new Platinum Daytona or something. I would not be even surprised.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
now,
Well, it would be an ideal situation. Like, just say, like I always said, like hypothesizing that getting what I want at the grand opening would be feasible, more feasible than at any other point in the year, because they want to have big numbers on that weekend that they grand open, right?
Yeah.
With them not even having a store, that would heavily tip things in my favor. It does. It heavily tips things in my favor because they don't even know what's happening. So they're probably not ready to fire sale yet. But if they miss the entire Memorial Day weekend and they have to deal with tourists, like even if they open on Tuesday, we're talking about Las Vegas on Tuesday. Believe me, it's not that busy.
I can imagine. Yeah.
So trying to sell weeks and weeks of inventory in 2 days would be hard just from a transaction process, as in, do they have enough sales associates? Do they have enough clients? Can they get them in and out of the door to process these damn sales? It could end up getting pretty tight if I imagine the mechanics of a shop work the way that I imagine that they do.
It's fascinating, man. It's fascinating. I mean, and they're not going back to that pop-up store, right? At this point, they have
No,
to
that's
wait
done.
until the store
Yeah.
opens, huh?
I think they're fully committed. At the point at which they closed the store, I imagine they were fully committed. Yeah, I mean, they're not closing the store for no reason. Like, if they could have stayed open one more day, so that there's one more day of, being open, they would have. And here's some internal math that's revealed by that. They decided to close the store on a Monday, as in they wanted the store fully running on Sunday. They have the staff to help close the store properly on the Monday, meaning they think Monday and Tuesday are pretty dead. They're now facing the prospect of opening the brand new store on a Monday or a Tuesday. So yeah, they're even if they open on Sunday, they're going to be behind the ball. So we'll see. So I messaged my SA. I was like, hey, if you happen to need to sell some watches without the store, you know your guy.
Good call, man. Good call. I hope something comes through. I wish
I don't know what I'd push for or say yes to, honestly. Like it's not that simple, Like I don't know. Like even if it was raining Rolexes, I don't know what I would buy. Like for sure, Meteorite, if that was around, I don't really anticipate that. I imagine something much softer, like Steel Sports Rolex or other things that I wouldn't want to buy. I don't know. I was thinking Black Daytona. Just because it's discontinued, I really do like this model over the new one. Like Black Daytona would. I don't think I'd be heavily criticized for taking that one.
Who cares what other people say anyway? But no, I have seen a lot of collectors who have both.
Yes.
Especially, look, I mean, that's your collection. Your collection is modern Rolex. Contemporary.
I'll get into the vintage stuff once the poker is no longer hot. That's my philosophy. Is like, yeah, I can't get too distracted from the modern Rolex stuff because I have a potentially working relationship at the moment. So just strike while the iron's hot is all I've really thought about for the past couple of years. Is like, this is the right collection. Well, I do have my list, so I stuck to the list. Now I'm outside of the list. I don't know. Now it's just sickness. That's it. Now it's just pure sickness at this point.
Right. I'm glad you qualified pure because I think it's always a sickness. Once you cross over, once you cross the Rubicon into the second and third watch, you're already done for. I think it's not. You don't have to get to the second watch box level madness. And I know you have a nice utilitarian one where you can at least theoretically fit them all, but
sure, yeah. Well, yeah, that's not going to happen with one more watch. That's not going to happen, but it kind of doesn't matter now. They're in safety deposit boxes, so the watch box is that of a bank vault, so no real eye pleaser there.
Yeah, look, I think, I love the aesthetics of a watch box, to be honest. And it doesn't have to be a particular brand either, even though there are a few that are
I wish you'd
really.
just ban them. I
But
know what you're getting at, and I agree, basically.
no, but I was gonna say, in terms of storing your watches, especially if you are doing it at home, honestly, you would be safer putting them in separate pouches on different pockets of jackets, because
Right.
your house gets broken in and you have all your watches in or outside of a safety deposit box in a single watch box, or in like two different trunks.
Yeah. You're making it way too obvious and way too easy. 100%.
It's a disaster, man. I mean, it's
To
a
me,
nightmare scenario.
the biggest disaster is that of it drives people to get a collection of a specific number of watches. like you buy the watch box that's got one more slot than you own. It's like,
I
you buy
I
the one
think
that's exact, but then you buy another watch, and then you need another watch box.
look, I mean, I like this ontology, but I think you're giving the watch box too much credit. I think we are just looking for just any excuse to get another watch. So, if there's one or two empty, spots in the watch box, that's going to be the excuse. If not, you'll get another watch box and start from scratch. It is what it is. But no, I do like that idea. Of course, people are sometimes guided by the silliest thing.
Like for me, the biggest temptation that I have to resist is completing the Rolex sports watch collection. Like literally getting one of every sports watch.
You could actually. You're pretty close. I would.
With the Milgauss being discontinued,
which you are not lamenting at all, I can see.
Now that I think about it, I think it's like Air King. Yachtmaster 2. Fuck. I don't want that shit. Discontinue it. That way I don't have to tick that box.
That's true.
Yeah, Yachtmaster 2. That one's the tough one. The Air King I actually like. Like, Meech and I had an interesting conversation about you want the Explorer 40. Okay, that's an interesting starting point. But why not the Air King? Similar look. It's a unique watch, at least. As in, it's not a variant of a watch that isn't the OG or something. It's got crown guards. It's it's a little bit more unique. And then you've also got, you go into like the OP 41. There's so many watches at 40mm that have that sort of simplified look. You actually have quite a lot of options. So yeah, it's interesting at the moment with 40mm size. You can even go DJ with oyster and smooth bezel.
Yeah. I mean, there are a few options. Yeah. Again, I know we are going back to the idea of people getting stuck at different ways of organizing or even thinking about their collection, conceiving their collection. The whole idea that you have to have, a diver, a travel watch, a chronograph. It's exactly.
That's
but
the worst one, honestly.
Aesthetically, of course, you can, especially if you're thinking about a black dial Explorer, that's interchangeable aesthetically. Of course, then you can kind of nerd out about it and say, well, it has the 24-hour hand and whatever else. But most people don't really use it. I mean, I use it very, very often, actually, because it helps me just have my eyes on time. When I'm trying to reach to my mom, I know exactly what she is doing at that time of the day. And it's a great convenience for me. Even though I don't always wear a GMT watch, I like having that convenience. I don't have to fumble through my phone. And I'm really still, with all the years of using smartphones, I'm still very inept. I don't navigate it very well. So it's much easier to just take a glance.
Wait, hold on. It needs to shut off. Oh, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can just have an array. This is actually pretty good because I can't choose which time zone I'm concerned about when I have my GMT, because I have a lot of friends in England and Germany, and then my mum in Australia. So between those ones, it's pretty variable about which I'm interested in. And sometimes if I'm more interested in finance for some reason, or I'm doing some administrivia with East Coast companies, I need East Coast time zone sometimes. So I find the single alternate time zone for me to be not that useful as a home GMT. Now, if I was traveling and I had to call back home, yeah, 100%. But that's not what I do mostly. But I love the Explorer 2, like the current one for that. I think the GMT master hand is very subtle. It finds itself hidden underneath the other hands very easily. Like every now and then I'm like I look at a static picture of a GMT master too, and I'm like, oh wait, where's the hand? This is fake. No, it's over there. Like
the Explorer 2's hand is much more distinctive, of course. Color, design, etc. It pops out much easier.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a much better GMT than the GMT Master 2 for just the precise purpose of being able to read that second time zone very easily. I like the Explorer 2, and it's just much bigger. Like legibility of that watch is really, really good.
Yeah, and let's be honest again, for the most part, when you go into the GMT master business, you're interested in the colors of the bezels. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not really about the second time zone. Let's be absolutely honest.
I recently compared. Well, I didn't compare. Someone else compared it for me. I was wearing my Batman, my Batgirl, and the manager of the store had his on, and he compared, and he showed me that his one was actually different to mine. His was actually a lighter shade than mine. And I had no idea that there was that much variance in the Batgirl bezel, because I thought that the variance between ceramic bezels was really from mainly the Pepsi, because they're still working out that balance between the two shades, and they have to mix both together at the same time.
So your
different outputs.
Your reasoning behind that is absolutely correct, because there are more variants of the so-called Pepsi bezel in the Cerachrome, because they have been trying to get the right color. But overall, Rolex likes playing around just for shits and giggles, but more properly, just so they know visually the different phases that the model goes through in its product cycle, in its production cycle. They do those things. I will remind you of something that happened on the live stream. I don't know if you were on the panel or in the audience, but you probably have seen this. You remember from when Watches and Wonders 2023 was happening, the Adrian guy came up with this idea that the bezel color was different for the 70th anniversary Submariner.
Right. Yeah.
And Professor was live on the panel, and he freaked out about the whole thing and got really angry. You remember that?
He was so angry that I couldn't tell ultimately what his opinion was actually.
So that's the reason he was so angry, is because he just couldn't make sense of, because it was so natural to him that Rolex, of course, changes bezel colors from year to year. For people to read so much into it, to make it, by their own decree, the 70th anniversary bezel, it was just irritating and incomprehensible to him, because he knows that, like, you remember that picture that we dug up for the 16610 LV, like the 5 stages of Kermit.
Right.
That's what Rolex does. And it's maybe in a bygone era, it was about the inconsistencies of the production, the variance among suppliers. But they have what was once a mistake or coincidence, they have perfectly converted into an art. So nowadays, they have Mark 1 dial, Mark 2 dial, Mark 3 dial, Mark 5 bezel. They do it very intentionally and change from year to year.
Yeah.
Just so there is a visual record of how many stages of development the watch goes through. It's not always the caliber that gets modified. It's not always something significant that gets changed. It's sometimes about the particular kind of chemical that's used in painting the dial, the shade of the color on the bezel, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, like it was hard to tell but it's difficult to tell, in my opinion, whether or not these shades. Let's just talk about the GMT Master 2, so it's less controversial. The Pepsi. It's difficult for me to tell if these are actually deliberate, as in that these are mark variations, or if these are batch variations. I don't know. So effectively, what I'm saying is there is probably some periodic intentional variation, but there is also probably unintentional variation, which is effectively batch to batch, and it's within the acceptable tolerance. But if you start putting watches side by side 10 years apart, they're going to look different.
I think,
and unintentional.
Yeah, I think you got it right when you said, it's probably a mix of both. There is, I think, intentional transitions, but yeah, historical record shows that Rolex has done these things without necessarily, I mean, like that early generations of the Zenith Daytona with the black dial, what they call Patrizi, the lacquered outer rings turning into some shade of brown almost immediately. Now, that's a batch variation, and certainly they didn't intend that to be the case. They didn't make a watch that would take on patina in a matter of 3 months. It's just not. Or like the Spider dial, right? The mid to late 80s black lacquered dials that crack. They weren't saying like, oh, well, I mean, that kind of looks like cool, it looks like cobwebs, when it cracks like that. They didn't plan that. I know I'm pulling some extreme examples, but that's exactly what batch variation means. They do something, it has the substance that is used has a certain kind of defect that already shows a couple of months into the production cycle of that particular batch that there is something wrong. So by the next time they fix it, which becomes intentional. So I think it's a mix of both. And since there is a pattern of some sort of intention, especially separating out like actual. So Rolex doesn't market things generally as anniversary. Like, that even though they came up with an entire line of new Daytonas on the 60th anniversary, that wasn't the slogan they used. It wasn't like 16th anniversary, limited edition, or special this. That's not what they do. But what they do, and that's the intentional part of those shades and variations, almost always they change noticeably the look of an anniversary model, like the ST43. That first dial variant they used was only for 2017. After that, they came with another kind of dial. After that, they came with another kind. So sometimes they do it intentionally too, and without any necessarily out of control issues that they might have with.
Just a quick question for my benefit: is the Platinum Daytona an anniversary Daytona?
Yeah, but in the same way that that the earlier 50th anniversary Daytona stayed in the lineup, I think it's here to stay. I don't think it's gonna go
Right.
anywhere.
Yeah. I don't think it's a limited in any different way. Let's say the same. I think the first, like, forgive me if I'm wrong. Was the Kermit the first anniversary watch that, like, it was very on the nose? This is for the anniversary of this watch. Because
That's
I
a
feel
great
like the
question.
Kermit, like when I talked to my friend about his Kermit, and this is back in the day, like this is like 2007, talking together in the Swiss stock exchange as the
Mhm.
market imploded. He described his Kermit as being an anniversary watch. And I was confused at the time as to, oh, it's already in its like second or third year of production or something at that point or something.
Well, I'm probably blanking out on something very obvious because I know you're asking watch models, but you remember my autistic rant about Jubilee bracelets? So, for example, even though people associate Jubilee with something more jewelry-like and maybe more classical, formal design, Jubilee actually comes after the Oyster, and it was designed and made for the 40th anniversary of the brand, right? So for its Jubilee. Arguably you can say that Rolex had that kind of consciousness since 1945, at least. Now, when it comes to separate models and introducing significant versions or variations of these, well, I mean, in Oz, in many ways, the first self-winding Daytona, the Zenith Daytona 1652 that's the 25th anniversary Daytona.
Interesting.
Right? 63 to 88. So, you can certainly play around with that. Like Rolex didn't introduce an automatic movement to the Daytona in 85 or 1990. It introduced it exactly on 1988. So, yeah.
Do you think Rolex at this point roughly know what they're going to do with their watches for the next 50 years?
I think Rolex always has a long-term perspective, but 50 seems a little bit of a reach for an industry like luxury watches, right?
I just mean to say, like, looking at it from like a Marvel Studios like release schedule, you know what I mean? Like, they probably already know how many years they want to put the new Daytona in production.
I think so, and I
You get
think
what I mean? Like,
they have, you know, they have their own standards about that anyways. Like I think it's about 10 to 12 years at
Yeah.
most. You know, maybe say 8 to 12 years is the product cycle of a particular kind of model.
mhm.
Like the ceramic bezels were introduced in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And in 2023, we had a new, you know, we had a new generation.
The black was the. Oh, you're talking about the
No,
Daytona,
no,
yeah,
for
yeah,
the Daytona
2015,
specifically. Yeah.
yeah, 2015. Yeah, ultimately, like I think the 2015 to now, you know, it's like 7 or 8 years, depending on how you count. It's ultimately a short run.
Yeah.
It's like they split the generation with the addition of the ceramic bezel, and so it's ultimately a short run. But with production numbers and interest being the way they are, there's probably more ceramic pandas than all other pandas combined, including other brands' pandas as well. Like there's nothing actually rare about these watches. Well, at the steel level, I'm not saying the platinum, which we have pictured right now, but at the steel level, there's certainly a lot of them around.
So I was checking, for example, right? The Milgauss was discontinued as 1019 in 1988, and then came out in 2007 as the new 116-400. So you know that had a run for a little more than 15 years. Again, depending on how you count it. That's a full production run.
Yeah. Well, a little probably too full because it extended. I don't know, but I think, is it the last watch of a 31 series movement? Probably, right? I mean,
I
time
think so.
only, you got the OPs, you got Submariners, you got Sea Dwellers. Sea Dweller got 32 first. Yeah, there's nothing else with the 31 anymore, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Double
Nothing.
checking, yeah. Lady Datejust have like the newest stuff. OP, Sky Dweller, certainly not. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. The 31 is dead. 31 finally died with the Milgauss. Yeah, Air King was updated. Yachtmaster was like 2018. It had its refresh.
And yeah, Air King came out in 2016, right? It was updated in 2022. So Rolex is getting a little too quick on the trigger when it comes to these things. But times change. Times change. I mean, look, I joke around about this, but it usually takes Rolex 3 decades to introduce a new product line, a new model. Right. This time, it didn't take them too long. I mean, after Sky Dweller, you know, they have now 1908, which came just a few years after, you know, in terms of Rolex's counting.
Yeah, they're sort of. We'll see. We're certainly not in like a full cycle right now where we're losing families that are well loved. But there is definitely a danger in not maintaining the family lines. I think like
Yeah.
it hurts the value of say like they had a whole bunch of other watches with, you know, whatever Dweller, like Space Dweller and King this, King that, you know. Like just they're completely forgotten because there's no contemporary piece to sort of allow you to look back at it. It's kind of cool that you can find a family that is completely forgotten, but as a collector, I don't know which is more interesting, forgotten families or continuation. I know my preference in terms of ownership is I want something with a very long lineage. I'm paying a lot of money. I'm not paying for a flash in the pan. Like I'm not going to pay that much money for something that is a fad, basically.
Yeah. So this looks interesting. I mean, the last two things that I noticed with your help, that how the Daytona was actually renewed pretty quickly, especially if you take that introduction of ceramic bezels in 116-500 for 2015 as a particular kind of threshold or milestone. The Air King got updated pretty quickly. 7 years again is rather short when you think of that. And yeah, I mean, it was 1968 Daytona was introduced. After that, the Yachtmaster was the first full new product family, and then it took another 30 years for them to introduce Skydweller, but only 9 years for the Perpetual 1908 to come in.
20 years between the Yachtmaster and Skydweller.
Right. Sorry. I'm not a math whiz.
Like,
exactly.
like 2012 was I'm feeling very old. Yeah. But yeah, there's it's roughly it's speeding up basically, which is surprising.
I mean, but that says
what
something
about the
about
Yachtmaster 2?
Not sure. Would you count that as a separate family? I know you want to, but
Yeah,
Rolex
I
doesn't.
think it is.
I don't
It's
remember
such a
when it
different
was
watch.
introduced.
It's such a different watch.
It is. 07, apparently.
Right. Man, that's cool.
Okay. 07 is when it was apparently unveiled and then first integrated into the lineup in 2010, actually.
Wow, they announced it that early and it stayed in development.
That's fascinating. Yeah.
That is fascinating.
I mean, it is genuinely
So
a complicated movement. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So there really wasn't much gap between the Yachtmaster 2 and the Skydweller. And they're both kind of products of the same mind, as in they're both very niche in their use. Like the Skydweller is clearly a businessman's GMT, quote unquote, and then the Yachtmaster 2 is like, geez, someone involved in a regatta, apparently.
Something like that.
Or egg timing, I don't know, really upping the Yachtmaster's culinary heritage. Actually, would a regatta timer be good for cooking?
You know what would be good for cooking? Did you see this watch that I was talking about the other day? So this is a flyback chronograph that also has a countdown function, which it announces by striking.
Oh, that's cool. This seems very expensive.
It's for what it is. Actually, the pricing is not so bad. I mean, it was a limited edition, so for that reason,
Whoa! It's like a little
Right.
city in there.
and look, this is actually a hammer, and this is a wire gong. So after that countdown is complete, it's going to chime.
That's gorgeous.
Come on. That's a good cooking watch, no? This will
Yeah.
scratch the itch.
It's very, very cool. I like the finishes on the dial. Like,
Yeah.
looks like more stainless steel. Looks like, pots and pans.
So yeah, this is the platinum version. I think they made 150 of each. 150 of the platinum, 150 of the pink gold. Yeah, beautiful piece, but I think at least 30, 35. These days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, it chimes even. So that can be a good egg timer, no?
I do like it. Yes. You can have the next level of culinary precision and excellence.
Can you bring up the AI generated cooking watch advertisement you created?
Yeah. I must have done it in Just for Laughs. There we go. So I did have to edit it a fair bit to get it to be more. Well, yeah, I did have to edit it a bit. I kind of wanted to get a little bit closer to like Rolex copy, but see, Rolex doesn't do very wordy things like that anymore. It's really the older style. There we go. That's the link. It's really the older style Rolex ads, the print ads that have this sort of silly copy about the purpose of the watch.
I love the hellish background in Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Can I read your
Go ahead,
copy?
Go ahead.
Introducing the Rolex Yachtmaster, the ultimate culinary companion for those who demand nothing but the best. With its exceptional precision and enduring elegance, the Yachtmaster has been crafted to the highest standards of Swiss watchmaking, trusted by the world's most discerning chefs for its unparalleled excellence. With the addition of the bidirectional 60-minute timing bezel, the Yachtmaster has become an essential tool for the culinary elite. Its refined functionality is a testament to Rolex's dedication to the art of timekeeping, providing an indispensable feature for the most demanding chefs. Crafted with a timeless design and the finest materials, the Yachtmaster embodies the essence of luxury and sophistication. Its subtle elegance is a hallmark of the Rolex brand, reflecting the highest standards of excellence in watchmaking. So if you aspire to the highest levels of culinary artistry, trust in the Rolex Yachtmaster. A symbol of distinction and refinement, this timepiece will enhance your craft and elevate your cooking to the new heights of precision and perfection. Did you say?
I had to resist like allowing it to get to like just full blown parody, It's enough. It's enough for me.
Didn't you say your wife complained that it was actually too realistic or something?
Yeah, she didn't get the joke. She just thought that it was Rolex talking about it being good for cooking. She didn't really feel the irony. It's just, and I'm like, I guess it.
Well, maybe it was
plausible.
Maybe I know you do a lot of cooking at home, but maybe it was too on the nose, and maybe she thought you were trying to say something to her, because since she has this Yachtmaster, right?
No, I think it is lost on normies, like people who don't really know. Like she's not a full normie, but she actually thought this was plausible. Like,
This is too much, man. Great work, guys. It's also check out again Aussie Expat Watches. I'm gonna drop the link once more.
thank you.
If you want the jokes, you know where to go.
Yeah.
That's Aussie Expat Watches, but here's the link directly. Man, I think I'm fading, certainly. So I will close with your permission.
Absolutely.
Thank you again, everyone, for your support and presence. GD, this Real World Curly, and Super Pitchy for the 2 super chats as well. If you want to support the channel, you know how. It's in the rolling ticker. The information is also included in the video description, and the links are in the chats. But in either case, I appreciate you. Just click the like button on the way out. That will be already a great help. If you can help me expand the community by sending out the links, sharing the content with other collectors, watch enthusiasts, and other friends, that would be actually great, because ultimately expanding the community that we are building on passion for and knowledge of wristwatches is the most important thing. With that being said, I will see you all tomorrow on another live stream. Thank you, Oz, for being here. And thank you, Dis, earlier, for carrying the show with me for the first hour. Goodbye.